The first time we think of doing something that we want to do, there's such a purity in that impulse. There's nothing between us and that ideal version of our thought. But when we get down to it, it isn't easy. This thought most resonates with me when it comes to writing. Every idea I've ever had for a piece seems amazing when it's in my head. But what an effort to write it. And this is just me and an act that is essentially still private. What happens when your desire depends on others, depends on many pieces falling into place in the real world? For example, there's nothing purer than the artistic impulse or the scientific temperament. Both of those, in a sense, are an attempt to get to truth. But both of those, most of the time, cannot happen in isolation. A filmmaker needs to find a producer. A scientist needs to find someone to fund and support the science. Someone who will think it is worth doing. And they both need to encounter politics and bureaucracy and inertia and the brutal speed with which time passes. And when we look at artists or scientists, or honestly just doers of any sort, we should take this into account. It has always been a struggle, and most of what is there lies unseen.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen, our weekly podcast on economics, politics, and behavioral science. Please welcome your host, Amit Varma.
Welcome to The Seen and the Unseen. My guest today is Jahnavi Phalkey, a historian of science, a filmmaker, and now a builder of institutions. I first heard of Jahnavi a couple of years ago when I picked up her book, Atomic State, Big Science in 20th Century India. This book looks at the history of nuclear science in India, and it is deeply complex with many layers. She avoids a popular and easy and simplistic narrative that looks at this history through the lens of the nuclear tests of 1974. She also looks past the typical historical frames through which people tell the story of these decades. Instead, she dives into the complicated, messy reality of scientists, politicians, industrialists, bureaucrats, administrators, even humble technicians, all of whom are flawed and fragile, and all of whom have only partial control over the events that shape them and shape the times. There's drama and intrigue in the book, and it's also an intricate study of some of our scientific legends like C.V. Raman, Meghnad Saha, and Homi Jahangir Bhabha. Jahnavi is not just a writer and a historian of science, though. Another of her passion projects is this wonderful documentary she's made called Cyclotron. It's about a bunch of scientists who decide that India must have its own cyclotron, which, by the way, is this incredibly complex machine that nuclear physicists use. They manage to get one to Chandigarh, spend a decade just setting it up, and basically devote their lives to it. It's such a powerful and poignant story. And while it's not publicly available, Jahnavi's been kind enough to share a private Vimeo link with me and said that I can share that link and the password with all of you. It's in the show notes, so do watch it while you can. A few years ago, Jahnavi also set up the Science Gallery Bengaluru, an institution that's promoting and redefining public engagement with science. All three of these, the book, the film, the institution, are incredible. And so is Jahnavi. I loved hearing about her journey, the drinking sessions at Gokul, the engagement with punk rock, how she met Homi Bhabha in a dream, and much, much more. Great conversation. I loved it. But before you start listening, here's a great commercial break. Do you want to read more? I've put in a lot of work in recent years in building a reading habit. This means that I read more books, but I also read more long-form articles and essays. There's a world of knowledge available through the internet, but the problem we all face is, how do we navigate this knowledge? How do we know what to read? How do we put the right incentives in place? Well, I discovered one way. A couple of friends of mine run this awesome company called CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com, which aims to help people up-level themselves by reading more. A few months ago, I signed up for one of their programs called the Daily Reader. Every day for 6 months, they sent me a long-form article to read. The subjects covered went from machine learning to mythology to mental models and marmalade. This helped me build a habit of reading. At the end of every day, I understood the world a little better than I did before. So if you want to build your reading habit, head on over to CTQ Compounds and check out their Daily Reader. New batches start every month. They also have a great program called Future Stack, which helps you stay up to date with ideas, skills, and mental models that will help you stay relevant in the future. Future Stack batches start every Saturday. What's more, you get a discount of a whopping 2,500 rupees. 2,500 if you use the discount code UNSEEN. So head on over to CTQ Compounds at ctqcompounds.com and use the code UNSEEN. Up-level yourself. Jahnavi, welcome to The Seen and the Unseen.
Thank you.
So we are recording this at about 10 in the morning, and about 4 a.m. at one point, reading about you or listening to something that you said made me blast Because the Night by Patti Smith out really loud. And then that took me on a trip to my love for alternative rock of that period. And she, of course, started out in CBGBs with television. So then I was listening to television's Marquee Moon, and I had, for about half an hour, I had Venus on loop because I haven't heard it since the 90s. So
Wow.
suddenly it was like, I started off by playing Because the Night, then I downloaded a book about where, the forward is about how Robert Mapplethorpe dies and all of that, and checked out her Instagram. So when I should really have been reading more of your book and listening to more of you, I kind of went down this trip. And I found this really interesting, this beautiful recent post on Instagram where she wrote about her friend Tom Verlaine of television, who she had once described as like a male version of herself, when he was first performing at the iconic CBGBs. And this is a beautiful poem after he's died, where she writes, "This is a time when all seemed possible. Farewell, Tom, aloft the Omega." And I straight away then thought of both your book and your documentary. Because in both of them, like one perhaps in the 1930s, perhaps even 1932, which you describe as the annus mirabilis, nuclear physics is taking off, is such an exciting time. And that's a time when all seems possible. And equally in the documentary with Cyclotron, there is, that moment where Mr. Hans gets a cyclotron to India. It's installed in Chandigarh. He's got that great team. Mr. Govill is with him. All these committed, intense people are there. And again, it's a time when all seemed possible. But then the way the world plays out is so different. And so often something that appears to, be the start of something magical becomes mundane, becomes difficult. Like reading Atomic State, for example, it's, in a sense, it's a collection of human tragedies. What happens to C.V. Raman, what, Meghnad Saha and all that. And we can kind of talk about that, all the historical stuff there a bit later. But I wanted to start by talking about this because just before we started this conversation, before we hit record, you were also talking about, that while I was like super inspired by the kind of work you've been doing here in Bangalore in the last 5 years, you were talking about how it is such a drag. There is so much administrative stuff and all this, the nuts and the bolts can be so difficult. And then thinking of the nuts and the bolts took me back to your documentary Cyclotron, where they've got this incredible machine and a bolt stops working and everything is at a standstill because that bolt is an American bolt and is measuring inches, and everything you get in India is measured in millimeters. And this great machine that is going to help them figure out the universe is at a standstill for want of a single bolt, right? So what are sort of your thoughts on this? Because as a historian, I'm sure you've, gone back to history and seen this time and time again, that there are moments in time,
Yeah.
CBGB in 1975, nuclear physics in 1932, the cyclotron in the early 70s when it arrives, and they're putting it together. There are moments in time where everything seems possible. And then for a long time, it's like everything drags, people grow old. Your interviews with Mr. Hans in that documentary, he's like 85, 90, and at one point he and his wife are talking about he once accidentally locked her up somewhere, and you cut to this photograph, which I thought was a very beautiful cut of, when they are young together. And it's just, the imagination of the viewer then begins to play, that what is this man like when he's young, when he's excited, when he's filled with this joy and wonder at what's happening. So, having studied these histories and, in a sense, having lived that kind of life, changed trajectory yourself multiple times, as you pointed out, what is now, looking back, your sense of, these ebbs and flows?
This is this is quite fun. So, like you identified, many of my friends and colleagues who saw Cyclotron often saw the sadness in it. And while I can't say that I didn't understand the sadness, or that it wasn't apparent, I've always felt very affectionate towards the people in the lab, and that is also why I ended up making the film about it rather than write a paper, which was sort of my first best choice as an academic. It's For me, it was always, the lab was always about the people, and I think that tenderness kind of has always stayed with me, and I have done my best to bring that out. You speak about possibilities, and what, it's quite amazing that you see that pattern, because I don't think I have been that aware of it for the longest time. It's beginning to appear to me. In fact, just a week ago, I said to a friend of mine on the phone when we were talking, because I'm in the middle of submitting, well, actually, I've submitted the first proper full draft of a found manuscript written in 1970 by an American educationist and activist called Ward Morehouse. The book is called Sarkar and Vigyan. He named it that way.
Wow.
In 1970. And I found it when I was doing my PhD. I referred to it and, kept it away. And once I started teaching, I thought my students should also have access to the book. So I thought of reaching out to ask Morehouse why he never published it. Found out that unfortunately he had passed away just the year before. And that was a moment of regret. But that led to conversations with his family. And I realized, and we collectively realized, that they were not aware of a 500-page manuscript that he wrote and never published. And so then one thing led to another, and we are now publishing it with Orient Black Swan. And I've written an introduction, edited it mildly, in order to let it find its way in the world. We have exceeded his understanding of some parts of Indian history. Obviously, it's been more than 50 years since he wrote the book. But amazingly, some of the things that he says in the book, and we can come back to it later, remain relevant even today. And so when I was talking about this book to this friend of mine whose comments I really value, and so I wanted him to read it, and I just said, yeah, I seem to like to go after sad stories. A book not published, a cyclotron not refreshed and renewed, labs denied, funding and, whatever, etc. And I wonder what it is that, that drives me to these stories. But I like your take on it, because I think these are still full of possibilities, because this was the moment that Morehouse, in a way, thought about India. He was very, what one might call Nehruvian modern in this book, right? Like he believed, like people in the first government, Nehru and his colleagues believed that science was the way out, right? Science, working very closely with the state, would cover defense and development. And therefore, that was India's path forward. He believed that. And within a few years of writing that book, he's signing a statement which begins with something called an indictment, where they talk about how science has been put to, all wrong uses, etc. And from that to Bhopal, when he completely loses faith in that direction and, etc. But that's his trajectory. But nonetheless, this is the book. So the possibility of India finding her path to, glory, so to speak, right? Like modern glory is very much a part of that book. And so, yes, I think, but even when I approach moments of possibility, including those in my own life, right, like the choices that I made, I'm often skeptical. And while those possibilities are important, and I, in a way, sort of believe that those need to be followed upon, somewhere inside of me, like I just said, before we started recording, that very few things reach full design capacity, especially in India, no matter what you're talking about. Whether you're building an institution, whether you're chasing an idea, whether you're chasing a policy, whether you're chasing the making of a film, whether you're just trying to realize a life full of possibilities, I think it's actually quite hard. And so, nonetheless, I think, yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I'd like to explore this more, but I haven't sort of, I've thought of it as, I've thought of these things from the other end, in a sense, like, the sad endings of it. But nonetheless, it's been always important to me how it started and why it started and, why it all even began the way it began. And, just to add to the mad mix, because, of course, work is never enough and, the number of things that I want to do are never enough. I started translating with my father's help the first novel that Rahul Sankrityayan, the literature, the writer, traveller, wrote when he was in Hazaribagh jail in 1923. He translated 7 science fiction books into Hindi. We know what those books are, we know what the titles are, but we don't know what he translated them from. And my reading of science fiction is not comprehensive enough to identify them, but I'm sure those who read will if they, for that spectrum between say like the late 19th, early 20th century, if so they'll be able probably to identify those books. But at the end of those translations, he wrote this one, which is a utopia. Again, extremely full of possibilities, but that actually doesn't end sadly. And so maybe that's the next step, and maybe that's the changing moment. But it's called 22वीं Sadi, the 22nd century, where everything is wonderful. It's a society of equals. There's no gender, there's no religion, there's no caste, there's no inequality, there's no poverty. Everybody is learned. There are apples growing on the streets. It's just it's incredibly beautiful. Actually, it's at another time in history it might have appeared naive. If not naive, simple. But at this point in time, I think it feels actually incredibly tender again. Like, wonderful that someone can imagine that such a life is actually a good life to have, right? And of course, we all know Sankrityayan's trajectory of where he went from, Hazaribagh to...
You got to forgive my ignorance, but I actually don't. So tell me.
Oh, Sankrityayan.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, wonderful. I mean, incredible sort of thinker. Found his... So he at some point... Let me put it this way. He had various phases in his life. He was a Buddhist at some point. He was a Marxist at some point. Traveled to Tibet, brought manuscripts back from there, traveled to Sri Lanka, traveled all over India, of course, went to Russia, wrote novels, wrote travelogues. So his sort of memoirs are called Mere Jeevan Ki Kahani. The novel that we know him most about is Volga, From Volga to Ganga, Volga se Ganga tak. It's been translated. Much of his work has been translated. And even this particular book, 22वीं Sadi, bits of it have been translated, but not fully. So he was a thinker, a Sanskritist, a Marxist, a Buddhist who led a very, very full life full of thought and reading and writing, and was of course also he was in prison for protesting British rule, so also an anti-colonialist. So very, very interesting figure in Hindi literature, and my father taught Hindi literature, which is how I became aware of Sankrityayan's work.
Yeah, fabulous. But you thought you've suddenly found a happy story, but even that has a frame of a sad story of what the author behind it. And I think aren't all stories in a sense sad? Like, you can look at happy stories as, say, the inexorable progress of science, the great discoveries and blah, 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 and all of those are happy. But human stories are always sad, aren't they? Because fundamentally, human beings are fragile, they make mistakes, they have regrets.
Yes.
There are roads taken, which means there are so many more roads not taken.
Yes.
And, so I don't think you can get away from that.
No, you can't. I mean, absolutely. I think the right word you used is fragile, right? Like, human beings are incredibly fragile and vulnerable, and we struggle to keep ourselves together, we struggle to keep our thoughts together, we struggle to keep our minds together, and some of us are not able to, and some of us appear to, and all of that is almost always a struggle. And I think as you grow older, in fact, the comprehension of what is missing, what we've lost, so that sense of loss never goes, right? But I think there's a potential, at least I'd like to believe. I don't know that I've found it, but there's a potential in melancholy, in that sadness, to find something that because even that can hold you together, right? Like, allow you to hold together. So not in despair, but in an acceptance of it's never inevitable, but that it's there, and that it's not something you could have avoided by doing something else, or as you said, paths taken, paths not taken. For everything you do, there's something else you cannot do. I mean, so we are ridiculously finite creatures in that sense, right? Although we like to believe, in the simultaneity of time and the multiplicity of whatever. I mean, experience doesn't confirm that easily, right? Like, I mean, you experience time in a linear fashion. I mean, the day begins and the day ends. You are born and you live and you die. So it's very hard cognitively to comprehend any other kind of complexity around around these ideas. And so I think it's, I mean, the unfolding one might find a way, I think, through melancholy to feel that sort of okay, one can make a path, one can do what one needs to do. So again, a friend of mine often used to say to me, there are things you can do and there are things that need to be done. And finding some kind of a balance between the two usually, in a way, helps hold that sadness, I think, together. Especially doing things that need to be done, and what I mean by need to be done, of course, is in terms of imagining that, like in the utopia, better life is possible, a better science is possible, better politics is possible, better society is possible. And I think then doing what you think might add to that possibility can kind of keep you together. But yes, I mean, fundamentally, I think you're right. I mean, I often say to my friends, I'm a miserable person usually, and they're like, oh, but what happened? And I'm like, no, it's okay. I like being miserable.
Yeah, I think one can revel in misery, and sometimes I have to remind myself that even melancholy is an act of self-aggrandizement,
Oh,
right?
of
You've
course.
happily put yourself in the center of the universe and constructed the tragedy around you.
Absolutely. It's wonderful. It's wonderful.
Yeah.
It has its own charm. Absolutely.
Yeah, so, double clicking on something you just said about what you need to do and what needs to be done. And one of the thoughts that sort of struck me when I was reading Atomic State, when I was watching Cyclotron, and that generally strikes me when I just look around, is that so many people, they set down a path and then they do it for the sheer love of it. Like many of us, perhaps most of us, we kind of we start doing X, Y, or Z because of circumstances, and then we are in the groove and we are not fully engaged and we don't really care. But so many of the characters of the fascinating story that you tell in Atomic State, all the main characters, Saha, Raman, Baba, everybody, there's great passion there. There's deep passion there. There are no immediate paybacks for them. There's no immediate gratification, perhaps. And even in Cyclotron, it's almost poignant that all of these people feel such intense love for the work they do. And it's not just the scientists like Mr. Hans. Like, I was kind of reminded of Naipaul's A House for Mr. Biswas. And I was thinking you could have called it a cyclotron for Mr. Hans. It is almost that kind of longing
Yes.
that eventually comes true. And, then what? The dog has got the car. But even some of the sort of minor characters in that story, like the technicians who work there and all of that. You spoke to the two technicians who have retired, but who say that whenever, we worked here all our lives, it's given us everything. We come back and help out for free when we kind of need to. And that angle is there. So, quite apart from the people who sort of just get into a lane and they just stick there, and I guess everything is kind of inertia, I see people do something either out of love, because they just love doing this. They love waking up and doing whatever, thinking about whatever it is that nuclear physicists think about. Or there is, the other great driver for many people is also a sense of duty, a sense that what they are doing has value in the world, and therefore it is to be done. It is something bigger, not to use grand words like dharma, but in a non-grand context, that there is a dharma, there is a path that they need to follow. So what is sort of your sense of this, both in the case of the sort of people whose stories you've told and examined, and also in your own case, because in your own case it would have been so, and we'll talk about your journey in some detail later, but in your own case it would have been so easy for you to stick in academia, for example, a tenure track, blah blah blah, become a prof, publish papers, write books, live the good life, Professor Phalkey, all of that, and yet you choose to step out of your comfort zone in such a massive way, right? Just breaking that inertia that imprisons most of us all our lives. So what are sort of your thoughts on this? That do you think that circumstances are partly responsible for, people going towards things they either love or feel this great duty for? Or do you think that it is also a question of character and temperament? That some people are just people like that they will be engaged no matter what it is. And some people just don't have that. The moment they find a comfortable groove, they'll stick with it.
So I think I'll take a stab at this first at the level of generality and then start getting more and more specific. I mean, it's a privilege, right, to be able to even come to the point where you identify what you might work on. So I think that must be acknowledged, and because we live in a country where that's not possible for the bulk of the population, right? Like, for different reasons. I mean, it could be simply circumstances where you just don't have the resources to even, find yourself in a position where you can ask yourself the question, what is it that I like? That's the circumstances. Second is the self-imposed, ridiculous circumstances of, become an engineer, become a doctor, become a software engineer, become a banker, whatever that is, right? Like, so those kinds of our understanding of what a good professional life is, or what upward social mobility is. So those also become incredible hindrances. Gender, of course, comes in the way of most women in India, if not, many at least. So it's a privilege to be able to reach a point where you can ask yourself that question. And then after that, an even bigger privilege to be able to identify that, right? Because many of us can go through life not being able to identify that. And I've often asked myself that question. So why do I move? Is it because I actually haven't found? But, given my friend's advice at 2 a.m. after we were all sort of fairly happy, and, he had a guitar in his hand, and at some point he just sort of put his guitar down and just looked up and said, I think I need a work-life balance, Jahnavi. And, while sort of I understood where it came from and whatever, I mean, I don't. I've never had a balance because I just work. And sometimes happily, sometimes unhappily, sometimes out of a sense of duty, sometimes out of a sense of stubbornness, sometimes out of determination. So the motivation changes, but motivation is dynamic in a sense, circumstantial, but I know I have to work and it keeps me sane. But coming back to, the figures in the film or in the book, and what kind of drove them. I mean, if I take, let me start with Meghnad Saha, because in many ways his motivations, his driving forces are the most clear, right? He strongly, in a way, how should one put it? He had a very strong politics around inequality. He believed that, a better Indian modern society was possible, and that he was going to do his bit for it. He wrote, he started journals. He, of course, did his own research, mentored young people, etc., etc. Nation building is what he called his own work, and he did that, right? And one can discuss that, what nation building might mean, which meant both intellectual and material scaffolding, right? Like, if you look at the kind of work he participated in, the range was from like standardization of calendars to rivers and floods to who knows what, right? Like, I mean, nuclear physics wasn't even his discipline. He was an astrophysicist, but he knew, like most of his colleagues, that if Indian physics had to stay at the frontiers, they would need nuclear physics in his, in the department in Calcutta. And hence the sort of bold, at that point, and audacious step to say, we will get a cyclotron here. And so, so his drive in a way was very clear, and he, he worked day in, day out, and there he was in the end. When he felt that, nothing was helping and policy was the way to change things, he even stood for elections, right? And became a parliamentarian. So whatever means possible to accomplish that goal of making sure that science and engineering were embedded in building a nation that was strong and sovereign. If we move to Raman, very interesting again. I mean, if Saha, for example, harbored students who would be in prison if he hadn't protected them and hidden them, etc. So he did those kinds of things in Allahabad as well. Raman wasn't overtly national in that sense, but he was a patriot, right? So the frame, it's interesting for both of them. The frame of their science is international, but their motivation is to become equals among equals and therefore be recognized as sort of, good minds. And so Raman's work is to build physics, and through his letters to Nehru, but also otherwise, what one finds out slowly is that in many ways his is a different shade of Saha, so not sort of, in your face, but he's very clear that a good physics department will have to have nuclear physics because that's the frontiers of the discipline. Again, his own research had nothing to do with it. And so he was going to encourage it because, as he said, and so this is the fun thing, right? Like Saha says nation building, Raman says civilization, right? Like every civilization worth, basically worth their salt is going to encourage this kind of work. And therefore, we are going to have nuclear physics and have a particle accelerator in Bangalore as well. And lastly, if you see Bhabha, Homi Bhabha, who's sort of the third important figure in the first years of the beginnings of experimental nuclear physics in India, his discipline, in fact, stood at the threshold of nuclear physics, right? Like, so he was a cosmic ray physicist. And so nuclear physics was transforming his discipline. So in a way, so what people studied using cosmic rays or cosmic radiation, nuclear physics allowed for that to be studied in a lab, right? Like, so it brought it under control. It became much more possible to understand how the universe in a way is made up. But in a lab, you didn't have to actually fly balloons at extremely high, altitudes or underground or, any of those things. You could actually create those circumstances in a lab using particle accelerators of different kinds. And so his discipline stood at the threshold of transformation. He too never became a nuclear physicist. But it's interesting to see how during the Second World War, most international of the lot in terms of just markers of internationalism, right? Like, I mean, and I couldn't resist sort of bringing his Italian socks into the book. So his suits were stitched in, wherever London or, the sort of fanciest tailors in Bombay. His socks came from Italy, very dapper, dressed. In fact, I mean, the funny thing, I'll come back to Bhabha and his motivations in a second, but I think, in the last months when I was trying to finish my doctoral thesis, one night I dreamt of Homi Bhabha. And I was walking down the steps of the Asiatic Society of Bombay, library in Bombay, the town hall, basically the old town hall. I'm walking down and there on the road in a convertible is Homi Bhabha in a Hawaiian shirt. And he waves to me and I say, "Hello, I really have a few questions to ask you." And he says, "Okay, let's go for a ride. I'll answer your questions." And I get into the car. And I woke up and and I told myself I really had to finish my thesis because this was too much. I did not want to dream of.
I'm fully getting what your friend meant about work-life balance.
I think it's one of the most ridiculously lovely dreams I've had. But coming back to him, I think in many ways he grasped most what the transformation of research and the relationship between science and the state, what the stakes were in just at the end of the Second World War. What is interesting is that he chose to stay back. He could have, if he wanted, just like the others, gone out of India, but he stayed back and he sort of, in conversation with the state agenda, because there was a government, the very first government, which was, of course, full of optimism and, sort of ideas galore. And same time, you see that with Saha, you see that with Raman as well. That time was full of possibilities, right, again. And so he stays back and in that conversation, together with the support of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, helps establish institutions for funding and regulation of scientific research in India, which still allowed for some degree of independence and not for a completely subsumed into the state kind of research program, except, like what Morehouse in fact said in his book, and which one might debate and argue about how true that is, if at all, today, is that in India we like at that time we built organizations that were heavily dependent on leadership and their vision, and the minute the leaders either stepped down or died, that vision in effect became a vacuum. Or I don't even know how does one. I mean, my vocabulary is falling short, but in a sense, that vision is followed, but the substance in many ways is lost, because it's not somebody else's dream, so to speak. But at the same time, we're not ready to let go and to think of a renewal or a refreshment or a new kind of dream. And so I think in many ways the balance that people like Raman and Saha and Bhabha tried to build, where there was a strong relationship with the state, but it wasn't a bureaucratized science that they were encouraging, a science by protocol, science by process. That got lost when they left. But again, so Bhabha's motivation, I think, to do this work was to basically equal among equals, right? Like that idea is so strong in that generation. Whether you look at the three people we just spoke about, or Mahalanobis, Birbal Sahni, almost, everyone in that generation was looking to walk with their head held high, so to speak, because they knew they were able to do what anybody else was able to do. And I think that's a high, right? Like that's you want to do it, right? Like and you want to, you have a point in a way to establish, because they were not trying to prove anything. They were incredibly well established. One was a Nobel laureate, one was person nominated for the Nobel Prize several times, and another was a Cambridge graduate with sort of pretty decent international cachet of reputation for having done good science. And so, they wanted to establish that, and they wanted to establish that for the next generations, because they were all mentors. If you look at how did, Saha and Raman sort of work on that idea that, India needs nuclear physics, but I'm not the one to do it, but who's going to do it, right? And they both mentored students, used their networks to get their students into the best labs abroad, get them trained there, get them back to India so that India can have those labs, right? And you have letters. You have letters from Raman and Saha to the respective supervisors, which is Ernest Lawrence and Cockcroft, John D. Cockcroft at Cavendish. You also have letters between Lawrence and Nag Chaudhary's father, saying, my son is there, I hope he's okay. Hope he is. So it's quite funny. The archive is a lovely place, actually, full of pathos, sometimes, tenderness, sometimes sort of shocking arrogance, sometimes range of things. It's like anything human is, right? Like, so it has the full range of emotions. So while you go through someone's papers, which I doubt, imagine, someone would be reading at this point of time. But yeah, it's good fun. I haven't been in an archive for a long time.
Yeah, and I love that dream of your dream of Baba in a Hawaiian shirt, and you're waving at each other, and one of the things I really enjoyed about the book, and I absolutely love it when I get a chance to do it, is what. These are otherwise, they are dry historical figures. One hears about the things they have done. So and so has won a Nobel Prize. You'll see pictures of them, and crisp suits and all of that. And yet, through this book, as much as Atomic State is about the history of nuclear physics in India and so on, to me, it's the beautiful portraits of these men and even others like Krishnan, for example, whose letters also you mentioned that you had access to. And I was just thinking about how their human sides were, in a sense, shaped so much by circumstances and constraints in a way that is tragic. For example, I was moved by the description of how, on the one hand, you've tried to make sure that your narrative captures some of the complexity of what happened. So when you're writing about the institutionalization of physics, you're also taking into account that it is something that stands outside of nationalistic history and, the whole imperialist race politics that is playing out. And at the same time, those are such huge forces. So a moving moment for me is when, Raman gets an election to the Royal Society of London, and it is so coveted, and he's got, as you put it, a passport as well as a dinner.
Yeah.
And then at the dinner he cries, right? And that crying speaks to me because it sort of opens up something to me. Like when Satyajit Ray got the honorary Oscar, I felt really bad at the almost fawning way in which he thanked the Academy. And I'm such a huge fan of the man. I was like, mentally, I was thinking that, man, you're much bigger than these guys. I mean, and obviously he was very old, and one can kind of understand. So at one level, you see, Raman in this sort of situation where this validation from your imperial overlords, as it were, means so much to him for understandable reasons. And at the other level, the other constraint that starts happening as we gain independence is the incentives that you now have to work with the nation state and that project. So in 1945, you've reproduced that memorandum which he's writing to Nehru, where he's almost, which is like a lament that give us the funding, don't just give funding to Bhabha. He's just, the machines that he has, they're not going to be of any use. We have a holistic view, putting all of that out, a battle that he lost, and he and his fellow Krishnan lost, and a very tragic story there. And you see that bleeding, and equally at the same time, you see the human side of Saha, where he is showing he's talking about how I can't take orders from, say, Bhatnagar, who's a poor scientist, or Bhabha is a good scientist, but he's 18 years younger than me. And it's almost a kind of pettiness, and you realize that the pettiness is also circumstantial.
Yes.
In a different space where he's got independence, he's doing his own thing, these different pressures and constraints aren't there. He can be a different person.
Yes.
But you see all of these people kind of show their fragile selves, as they were in the course of everything that is going on. And in fact, I wished you had more of Krishnan in the book as well, because that whole thing, that when that battle is lost in 47, and no real spoiler here, but just for the listeners, what really happens is that there has to there are these three universities, Calcutta with Saha, IISc in Bangalore with Raman and Krishnan, and Raman is about to retire and Krishnan is about to take over, and Bhabha in Bombay. But the Indian government decides that, hey, nuclear physics is such a vast project, and the scale required is so massive that we're going to have one place and we're going to put everything there. And that goes to, Bhabha gets lucky there that, Nehru favors him, and he's a part of the Tata extended family.
Yes.
So everything works in his favor, and Raman loses the battle to get that kind of funding to have his own department, and Krishnan just moves away forever. He doesn't feature in the story anymore. This great one nuclear physicist that we actually had at that time.
Yeah.
And you read all his letters. So in the context of Krishnan and the others, what was it like for that process to play out in your head, where when you start they're kind of flat figures, but as it goes on and on, they become so deep that you can see them in dreams and perhaps have conversations with them? What was all of that like, and how is it to negotiate all of that? Because their journeys are so fraught that I imagine that you get wound up in it as well, right?
So one does, right? So here's the thing. When you're doing historical research in India, especially for the 20th century at the end of empire and after, the archives are incredibly difficult to find, right? So my American and European colleagues decide they want to work on something, contact the relevant archives, go there. There are grants usually from the archives. They get the papers photocopied or photographed. They come back, they sit and they work. It's still possible to do that also for India-related papers outside, but then that's the archive of someone else, right? It's not an archive. And in India, and especially after independence, it matters that the archive, what was produced here and what was written from here, except in most cases, we don't have access to that archive. So that, I think, is that angers me, that breaks me, it demoralizes me in every which way. I tried to establish a project called Recollect India to record the memories of the first generation of free India's scientists, engineers, lab technicians, etc. It's a project that's kind of limping because I just don't have the bandwidth to pursue it with full strength right now. But I'm hoping one of my colleagues is going to pick it up and run with it. So it's very hard to get to, especially personal papers of people who do or did science in India. It's still okay for that tiny period, also because these figures were really big, right? Like Meghnad Saha. Saha's archive is in fact the most complete. And there are copies both in Calcutta and in Delhi at the Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. When it came to Raman's, of course, is incomplete, but still the Raman Research Institute has put up significant amounts of material actually online already, but you can still find some of it. Bhabha's is still the most inscrutable. while the Tata Institute has made its archive open, the personal papers are not accessible still. And when it comes to the next generation, which is Krishnan's, there it's the hardest. And I was lucky. I was lucky because I was told his son lives in Bangalore. I remember this was in 2003. I think it was the second time that I was coming to Bangalore, or maybe, second time. And the Indian Institute of Science archives were just about opening up. So I found the memo written by Bhabha and Taylor saying why nuclear physics could not be established in Bangalore. But I had very little. I had one letter, the memo from Raman, but I did not have anything else, right? I was like, how do I even find out? And then someone said, maybe you can talk to Krishnan's son. And so I went to his house, and I went the first time, and they wanted to know who I was, why I was doing this. Was I a journalist? Was I sort of, stirring up a controversy of some sort? Why did I even want to do this? And the conversation kind of ended. I'm like, yeah, we'll find out. We'll let you know. I had 3 such visits. And I don't blame them. I mean, it's difficult. Because we haven't yet understood how to archive things properly. We also don't have a culture of writing about people beyond hagiographies. It's either we pull them down or we build them up. There's no in between, where the purpose is not sort of, the purpose is not the individual, but understanding larger historical transformation processes and where the individuals fit in. I mean, of course, the individuals have a role. They are taking decisions. They are saying things, etc. But the 4th visit, and that was literally I was on the way to the train station. This was the time when I was a student and I was still taking trains. And of course, it was a different time too. And he said, come over. And I was like, I'm going to the train station. But I was like, fine, nothing's going to happen, but I'll go. And I went, and he had a massive pile of papers photocopied, and he gave them to me. I was lucky. I was really, really lucky, because in that I found the proposals, I found the work that he did. I mean, R.S. Krishnan in the 1930s and 40s was apart from Nag Chaudhary, the only person in India who knew how to build, well, not so much build, but run, maintain, and use a cyclotron, which wasn't a trivial thing then, because cyclotrons were creatures of the 30s. And, Krishnan kept the Cavendish cyclotron running during wartime, because all the physicists were either at Chalk River or, other bits of the Manhattan Project. And so he was the one who kept the cyclotron running, did research, identified or discovered, if we might call them, 9 isotopes, trained graduate students, did all of that work. So, I mean, his experience was pretty incredible. I mean, the recommendation letters that John D. Cockcroft wrote for him basically said he kept it running while we were away, and so he's incredibly good with his hands. I think he says something to the effect of, this is the best Indian student I've had who is able to work with his hands. Or, I mean, he does use the word experimental, but I think it was worth noting, and it remains worth noting even today, that someone is able to, work with their hands. And in India, that's why experimental science in a way suffers. I mean, you see Hans saying that too, right? In the film, that we don't have that desire actually, culturally, to do work with our hands. So there is that sort of, it's the difficulty of getting to the archive, and then the difficulty, therefore, finding out more about the individuals. And that is also one reason why many histories get written flatly, because who is going to, go spend 2 years looking for documents and then triangulating that with oral histories, what's come in the press and not come in the press, official reports, National Archives, and putting all of that together to see whether the story actually holds, right? And that's why what we have in the public domain about 20th century science in India is largely flat, because it's written either from oral histories or from memory or from opinion. And, that has consequences. But coming back to the question you asked me about, emotional involvement, apart from, the Baba story, you feel for your characters in a way, right? Like in that sense, like a novelist would, right? Like you grow very close to the people you're writing about or you're filming. Like I said, I mean, it's the people that made me want to make the film. You start identifying with their stories. You see the story from their perspective, and I think that is when that happens, it's a very important moment, because you don't want to suspend your critical faculties. You want to be alert, you want to be skeptical, you want to ask hard questions, but at the same time you don't want to tell them what their story is about, right? You might evaluate the story in different ways, but you want to know what they think the story is. And that's why when we were editing the film, and the first 3 editors I approached, the first thought, I didn't have a film because there was, whatever reason, there was no film. The second person said, this is too academic. The third person said, do a paper edit and give it to me and I'll put it together. And I was like, what is a paper edit? And then the fourth person I found, serendipity, right? And that's why circumstances, right? And as a historian, you grow to appreciate contingency, circumstances, things that come together that you didn't expect, right? And that's life, that's history, that's how things mostly unfold. As it turned out, I asked Tanya Singh, who ended up editing the film with me, if she knew someone who might help me edit. So she was curating a film festival at King's College where I was teaching. And she said, oh, well, I might be interested. I was like, oh, great. Have you done film before? And she said, actually not, but I know editing. So I was like, okay, good. So here's my footage. Look at it. It's about 11 and a half, 12 hours. And tell me what you think. And we had a coffee and I explained to her what I thought at that point I wanted to do. And she went back. She saw the footage. She came back a few days later and she said, I just want you to know that my parents taught on that campus before they both moved to England. And they know some of the people in the footage. And I understand Punjabi and Hindi and English. And I would like to do this. And I just died a little death at that moment. And I was like, okay, let's do this together. And then we did a paper edit. By then I found out what a paper edit was. And what convinced both of us was that we both had literally the same starting and the ending point. So, we sort of organized the material for in the beginning, in the end, towards the beginning, towards the end, etc. So we organized it that way and it matched. And so, we ended up working together. And one of the things I said to her was that I want to tell the story in the voice of my people. Not that I have any other, material, because obviously I came back with like a historian with lots of words, right? Like hardly any visual material. And so, because voiceover is a normal sort of thing about documentaries, right? Like where you tell the story and you put things together. And again, nothing wrong with it. It serves a purpose for a certain kind of story. But here I didn't want that at all, because I didn't want it to be about me or my story, but theirs. And so then that's how we wove the voices together, right? Like where they, in a way, it's like a relay race where they take the baton from each other and complete the stories, right? And which is why then, the lovely moments like when the internal beam came, right? Like 78, 79, it's
75, 74 and 78 were the 3 answers you got, I think.
I think something like that, right? Yeah. Like, and it tells you a lot also. I think those few seconds also tell you a lot about history, right? Because history and memory. People very convincingly remember things, and, neither of them are malintent and neither of them are, trying to manipulate my understanding of the story, but that's what they remember, and it's amazing. And so, it how to do that when you do that, right? And then when you start listening to them, you want others to listen to them, and then you try to write that way. And writing is hard, of course. I wouldn't say I came to identify with any of my characters, but I did. I think even when critically, I actually have liked the people that I wrote about or I made the film with. Or, Morehouse in that case, whose book I now want to put out into the public domain. So I think I have enjoyed connecting with their stories. And I've found them important for reasons that are not in the register of significance, as is normally sort of, understood, whether geopolitically or politically or, I don't even know, in the various registers which are considered sort of significant, right? Like, and they might or might not be there. I mean, in the case of Baba, of course, or even Saha and Raman for that matter. But I think so I've connected. I've enjoyed making that connection, and then I've tried my best to actually bring it out. I find writing very hard, very, very hard. I find it very difficult.
Everybody does.
Yeah, I think so. And then I thought filming would be easy, and then I found out even that's not easy. I mean, it's yeah.
No, I love watching Cyclotron. I love the pace of it. I love the way in which each of the characters, so to say, grows upon you. And it's not just the main scientists like Hans and Govil, it's also the technicians and all of that. And each of them, the richness of their sort of character and journey also comes through a little bit. And I love this particular understated sort of moment, and I'll use that to segue to my next question, where at one point, early on when one of the technicians is talking, you see a random person in the background just sitting there, and later on we find that he's a sweeper, and you ask him what's his name, what does he do, and then he's asked to sit down and he talks. And the others there are very polite, but I sense that there's a little bit of, it's outside their comfort zone that a sweeper is sitting and saying, and then you ask that, do you all have lunch together? And then you ask him, oh, you also? And they're like, no, he goes home to, I think, Manimajra or wherever he was from. And I actually thought that sort of an approach where you notice someone like that, who is usually unseen, I guess, to use the seen and the unseen
Yes.
frame. But that sort of a question, that sort of an approach is more likely to come from a woman than a man. Because you know what it is like also to be excluded, right? And before we started, you were speaking about the challenges, even within the elite circles that, of course, we operate in with all our privilege. Even within those circles, the challenges of gender, in all its different aspects, people not taking you seriously, or etc., etc., a range of things. Tell me a little bit about that, because everything that you are embarked upon, these are, engaging with science and setting up the science museum that you're setting up and everything. All of these things are often things that you'll generally assume that some man will do somewhere, right? And yet here you are, and just as the cyclotron guys had to deal with bolt kahan se milega, ye kahan se hoga, electricity chale jati hai, kya hoga, and all of that, which is also a fascinating story. And you're having to deal with all those little nuts and bolts, and you're having to deal with attitudes here in 2022 in elite educated circles and all of that. So tell me about, that aspect of it, the challenge that gender is, that extra step that you have to climb.
So, I mean, let me again start by saying I'm acutely aware of my privileges, right? Like I've had education, went to university, never lacked anything. All of those
we
things,
don't have to
right?
give that caveat again and again. I think we've said it once, and okay,
True.
the
No, but I
listeners
think,
will.
but because one has to be, because again, many don't even have that, right? And then it's even harder. And I think it's important for all of us to recognize that even privilege doesn't buy you some things, right? Like, and there I think is where, yeah, we are a. I mean, gender is a concern the world over. And now we, of course, have highly complex and complicated understanding of gender, with the new, I mean, the generation after us is complicating it even further. Sometimes I actually find it hard to keep up with the level and the intricacies with which they're complicating gender. That having said, I mean, I'm comfortably sort of, identifying with the gender that I have been ascribed. I find it I find it good to operate with, and which again is, quite okay. So the world over, this is a concern, but in India, it plays out in peculiar ways because of the kind of intersections and the kind of other levels of stratification it works with. We are a brutally stratified society. We are actually very hard people. We are not socially, irrespective of what we talk about, community, society, family even for that matter. I think we are, from having to some extent lived outside of India as well. I mean, I lived in the United States. I studied and worked in the United Kingdom. Lived for a few years in Norway. I have a second home in Germany, and I lived for a year in France. So and when you start accumulating experience across cultures, in a sense, it also gives you a lens, right? Like you observe things and you have something else to compare it with. So that thing doesn't become exceptional, but it becomes specific, right? Like also, things don't have to be that way is something that sort of, occurs to you. And that's a pretty happy moment. But coming back to, the question you asked, so in India, it operates in very, very, in very peculiarly brutal ways. I think the fear of violence is always there no matter how you work, where you work, and what you work in, what field you work in. And I had forgotten that after leaving India, and I in the last 5 years I've become all the more acutely aware of it. Also because now I'm interacting all the more not with just that thin slice of academia and in India sort of what one might call people who engage with professions of the mind, right? Like with be it journalism, be it cultural production, be it academia, be it etc. All of those things. I've had to find my way in a world with skills I didn't have and had to acquire along the way. So construction, finance and audits, governance, which meant that I interfaced with people from professions that I was not used to interacting with. So there's that unfamiliarity. There's also that interesting element where I spent 20 years in academia learning to say I don't know without fear, without worry, without whatever. I don't know. Can you explain this to me? Or where can I read something and understand this better? And it took me a full year to realize after coming here that saying this is not going to help me. One, in India, but two, also in the profession that I was trying to now make my place in. Because it meant if you didn't know, you either didn't belong or you were basically an idiot. Madam is confused. Was when I heard that for the first time, I was like, I didn't say I'm confused. I just said I don't understand it. So explain it to me or help me understand where I might find the explanation. So there's that, right? Like there's that sort of. So I'm aware that So I say this because it's not only gender. It's also how you operate. What assumptions you come with, what habits you come with, etc. So there's that too. That having said, I think being taken seriously as a woman in these situations where you're dealing with construction, where you're dealing with bureaucracy, where you're dealing with audits, where you're dealing with whatever, has been tragicomic. To the first auditors at some point saying to my face, "Oh, we didn't know you were the director." I was introduced to them as the director. "We didn't know you were the director. We thought you were assisting the director," who was somehow invisible because,
Unseen.
Unseen, exactly. To when I actually had serious problems with someone undermining my authority, I had a professor say to me and the person who I was having very serious concerns with in a meeting, there is no hierarchy between the executive director and this other person who is, male and advising you on a particular aspect of your job. This, I have absolutely no doubt in my mind, would simply never be said to a male director of no matter what age, in no matter what profession. And those moments are very, very unsettling. So things like that, right? Like they keep happening and you, of course, plow on. I mean, I'm generally stubborn. I'm generally determined. If I decide it needs to be done, then, it will be done. But it's, because I'm still sort of in the project, etc., it's probably not appropriate to bring in every specific matter in there. But these kinds of moments, right? Like where either you're simply not recognized as the director. I've had people sort of, also say to me, to my face, like, oh, are you the curator then? No, I'm the director. But also, so those things, and then, these other sort of far more brutal sort of, experiences handling various aspects of that work, right? I mean, I think more than ever before in my life, I mean, earlier in my life, actually, I would think of Margaret Atwood's expressions that, men are afraid women will laugh at them, but women are afraid men will kill them.
Beautiful.
It's I mean, earlier it was a literary sort of, how should I say, hefty thing to say, right? Like, and now in the last 5 years, it's the literary quality of it strikes me less than the other aspect of which is that it contains a kernel of truth of, what that experience is like operating, especially in India, in this domain. And again, like I have now forgotten whether I said it before we started recording or not, but also being taken seriously as someone who is trying to establish a public space for science when what's your first degree in, right? And so that intersects as well, right? Like with the humanities, and then the expectations also of how one will behave at a particular age in the public domain, right? Like, and so in some ways, very subtly, I understand that I'm not behaving, dressing, acting my age. So, I've actually had people sort of well-meaningly tell me, why don't you wear saris when you go to the construction site? Why don't you, express or assert authority in a particular way? These are people who care that, I should be troubled less by everything that happens as we, bring this project up to speed. But yeah, so many moments in intersection with several other things. So the fact that you come from the humanities, from the fact that you come with, from a culture where it was okay to say I don't know, from, plus, range. I don't speak Kannada and we operate in Karnataka, and that is to my regret. I wish I could. And I've often said, when I am in Germany, I am, I learn German in order to operate well there. When I moved to Norway, I learned Norwegian in order to be able to live there well. And similarly, I think one should, I should be learning Kannada when I'm here. And I tried. I just don't have the time. I just don't have the time to actually pursue it properly. And, But I'm hoping maybe in the next 5 years that I'm still in the job, I will find the time to pick up at least enough to do, out of respect for the fact that, I'm operating in a culture which speaks a particular language. So I should do that. Yeah.
One of my favorite cartoons is this one that shows a man sitting across a woman and telling her, let me interrupt your expertise with my confidence.
Oh, yeah.
And we kind of, various guests of mine have told me that, when they'll go for a meeting with a man, the other person will always speak to the man, even if they're senior, even if they're the boss, which kind of mirrors what he was saying. Did you sack that guy? Okay, we won't go there. Yeah. So what also strikes me then is that one way that you could deal with this, one way that you could not take this lying down and kind of handle it is also because of your experience living all across the world, which I guess gave you the frames to look at all of this and immediately understand what was happening and, hey, this is wrong, and not let any of it get normalized. But I would imagine that women who don't have that privilege, which you painstakingly acknowledged, who have just been here, would either, everything would be normalized. It would be normalized that they get interrupted more than men do. It would be normalized that when they have an idea, a man will repeat it and get the plaudits. All of that shit that happens. And also, because that this is the way the world is, it might just be a barrier from women even aspiring to get to where you are. Where they might say, ki, theek hai, I'll be a curator. Not a director, and you choose those tracks accordingly, because some tracks are just incredibly toxic.
Yeah.
Like, I was a professional poker player for 5 years, for example, and most of my fellow pros, as it were men.
Yeah.
Right? And it isn't that women would play worse than men.
Yeah.
It is just that the environments in which we played, the bro talk, the late nights, all of that is so toxic that, any sensible person would just stay away.
Yeah.
Right? So, yeah. So in a sense, I mean, I guess you see that more acutely because you're from outside. But if you're inside here, like, do you find that things are getting better?
So, I work with incredible women on my board of directors as well as incredible women in my team, right? And in fact, people notice it often. Oh, this is a very women-heavy team. And I'm like, well, they were the best candidates I interviewed. So, there they are. And that also probably happens because maybe some men at least are not applying because, who wants to work with a female director? Oh, my God, they're hysterical. So, what you said, I think is true for most women in India, unfortunately. But there are some, there are women in India who are able to see it irrespective of where they've been or not been, right? Like, and sometimes their privilege has helped them. Sometimes, they don't even come from privilege. They're just stubborn, determined creatures and they make their way, right? So there are enough women in India. But of course, the scale, everything in India is like, like I say always, Karnataka is the size of France, Maharashtra is approximately the size of Germany. So the scale at which this needs to happen, or, for us to have a better society, I think, a better realized society, is not happening. But there are fabulous women. I mean, on my board, I have Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw and Rohini Nilekani. I have learned incredible amounts of things from them. I mean, Kiran is more than one generation ahead of me. And, she made it. And she's quite incredible. I mean, to hear from, learn from, and so is Rohini. And if you look at my team of young people, they have a different approach to this. They sense it. It's not like they don't understand it. But their drive seems to be like, yeah, okay, fine. You think this might be the case, but, fine, I'm going to do what I want anyway. So I think their nonchalance is in a way wonderful to have around. I won't jump to say that things will therefore change by the time they are my age enough for things to be different, because we also see enough of the self-same being asserted and pushed down people's throats as well. So I don't know about change, but there are, and there surely will be women who still find their way through all of this, irrespective of where they come from, privilege or no privilege, careers or no careers. They still sort of are fairly assertive. Yeah.
So I'll take a brief digression where I'll double-click on something you mentioned earlier, and then I'll explain why it's relevant to the question I'm going to ask. You spoke of a found manuscript earlier. Have you heard of Heimabathy Sen? Okay,
No.
I'll tell you about her because it is just one of the most mind-blowing stories I've heard.
Okay.
Heimabathy Sen was born in a village in what is today Bangladesh, but Bengal basically, in about 1860, around that period, middle of the 19th century, to a dirt poor family. And it's a small village somewhere randomly. And at the age of 10, she was married off to a 40-year-old widower. And her early memories are that, in fact, they're not even memories or non-memories. The memories are she's playing with his children during the day. And during the night, there's a non-memory. And the memory begins again when she's naked and bleeding. Right? So it's horrendous. And that lasts for 2 years because at the age of 12, her husband dies, her parents die, her in-laws die, and the remaining relatives take all her money. And she has nothing. And she's 12 years old. Right? And she makes her way to Benares, somehow manages to get an education, becomes a doctor,
Wow.
then becomes a renowned doctor, a pioneering doctor, right? And then every day she is journaling for a significant part of her adult life. And when she dies, this manuscript, her autobiography, lies at the bottom of a trunk for 80 years till it is discovered and then published. Right? This story always blows my mind. And I discovered it from a book called Lady Doctors by Kavita Rao when we did an episode together. And what struck me while reading the book is that in the 19th century, for a man to be a doctor was just a question of the right location, the right circumstances, and then you can become a doctor. And otherwise, there's nothing special about you. For a woman to be a doctor, if you are a doctor and a woman, you are extraordinary by default.
Yep.
Because of walls you've had to climb
Yeah.
to freaking get there in the late 1800s, like this woman. And, the rest of the women Kavita spoke about are all remarkable in equal ways.
Yeah.
And it's so much that if you're a male doctor, okay, no big deal. Tell me what else is great about you.
Yeah.
If you're a lady doctor, wow, you are special. And therefore, I am now wondering that if any woman makes it to a certain level even today,
Yeah.
they have, not that they are necessarily outstanding or whatever, but they've done something beyond what a man in an equivalent position would have.
Yeah.
So when you look at someone like Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, for example,
Yes.
of course, there is a bit of selection bias there.
Yeah.
Just by virtue of where she has reached,
Yeah.
it is utterly extraordinary and more extraordinary than a man having done equal things, right? And therefore, I am not surprised when you say that your team has more women than men and you hired them because they're the best people for the job. And I imagine once you reach a certain sort of level in terms of both grittiness and drive and being empathetic and just, being able to step out of yourself and see stuff, you're more likely to be a woman. You're more likely to see those qualities in women than men. I'm just kind of thinking aloud and wondering what you feel about this.
I wonder, yes, so when I was much younger, I think every thinking woman is a feminist, very strongly feminist between sort of, the ages of, probably puberty onwards up until early 20s, sort of radically feminist. And then, you probably stay a feminist, but the radicalness of that age is very different. Because, you're just kind of baffled by the unfairness of the world. And at that point, I would read books like, The Scum Manifesto by Valerie Solanas. And, it was like, yeah, oh God, yes, these things, yeah, this has to happen, kind of. Of course, by my early 20s, I was sort of less radical, but still remained feminist, still remain so today. And at that point, one of the things that we discussed, for example, and this came up when I was doing my master's degree in London at the School of Oriental and African Studies, where I met a group of scholars who were talking about women's sort of, discussing critically the idea that women might be more invested in peace, for example, simply because they bear the brunt of war in ways in which, are psychologically probably more brutal and humiliating, right? So, we were reading books like Bananas and Beaches, where effectively talked about military, what are they called? Not base, military bases. Yeah, military bases, encampments, and then the rise of prostitution around them, or rape as a tool of war, and a range of women-specific things that happen in relation to war and violence. And at that point, I think one of the things we very heavily debated was women's investment in peace, because there are women who actually do buy into patriarchy and into war, into violence, and into holding power. And so, in a sense, what does holding power make you? Does it make you a part of, does it make you a part of the infrastructure that exists or the establishment that exists? Or does it make you invested in other values, other ideas, right? And I don't think there's a clear answer to that. Simply because, there are, do you want a place at the table and be heard as an equal? Or do you want to change the nature of negotiation and governance and, the idea of good society and good politics at all? And I think it's an unsettled question. And if you ask me, I think, no, things don't necessarily change because women occupy positions of power. At some point I had said a woman is equally capable of being a man. And that's, for better or for worse, one has to accept it for what it is, right? And one can critique it, but critique doesn't sort of mean that necessarily is therefore an invalid way of being. So yeah, so there we are. Personally, if you ask me, I'd hope to sort of not buy completely into anything. But then, as they say, I'm a Marxian of the Groucho tendency. So, I wouldn't want to be a member of any club that would have me as a member, right? Like, and so, same for patriarchy, or same for, the systems that we put together. It's like, yes, let me find my way through this. Of course, none of us can be stupid enough to say that, you're not, we function because we participate, we function because we negotiate. But I hope it's more of a negotiation, it's more of a pathway, it's more of, exploring new possibilities rather than sort of buying into anything that's a given and saying that, okay, I want to find my place in this, right? Like, with all the awareness of the fact that your desires and your wants are also shaped by everything around you, with that awareness, I would still say I'd like to know what I want before, sort of proceeding.
Yeah, no, I'm not surprised that someone who is drawn to sad stories would be a Marxian of the Groucho variety because, tragedy does lead to comedy, isn't it? Like,
It is. It
yeah.
is.
I mean, there is, I think, a quote to the effect of the world is a tragedy for those who feel, a comedy for those who think. And, what you said about women being more invested in peace because they bear the brunt, one of my favorite quotes, which I always sort of use to tell my writing students about the power of show, don't tell, is these lines from Alan Bennett from History Boys, where he, the first line is tell in abstract language. The second line is showing with an image. And both the two sentences together are history is a commentary on the various and continuing incapabilities of men. What is history? History is women following behind with the bucket. Which is such a lovely image. It tells you of the subsidiary role women play, how they have to clean up the messes. So, feeds right into what you were just sort of talking about. So let's now, having digressed a lot and digressed from digressions and so on, start with how I normally, in fact, start my episodes by talking about, my guests' early lives, where they grew up and all of that. And I know very little about that. All I know is that you grew up in Bombay in the 90s and, you had... So tell me a bit about that. What was your childhood like? What was family life like? What were your parents like? I know you had a grandfather who you've mentioned as being a bit of an idealist in the sense that he thought nuclear energy would, help India industrialize and fulfill its destiny or whatever. So tell me a lot about all these early influences when you were growing up.
I grew up in the 80s.
But you mentioned somewhere you grew up in Bombay in the 90s.
Yeah, I did. I was in Bombay in the 80s and 90s. I'm just moving the needle on age. So I was actually born at India's 0 point, which is Nagpur. My parents both come from around the region. So my father from Mo near Gwalior and my mother from Mo near Nagpur. And so I spent the first 12 years of my life in that region. And I schooled in Amravati. I went to school in Amravati. And we moved to Bombay when I was 12. And so the first years were all about, how should I put it? Heavy summers, very, very hot summers, colder evenings, proper cold winters. And I spent, I think, the first two and a half, 3 years with my grandparents because my mother was still studying. And so the memories I have of those years is basically just, playing, lots of playing with mud and, things like that. And I would build forts and I would build pots and I would paint. And so those are my memories. For whatever reason, and I still can't explain it to myself as an adult, I loved school. I ran away to school, in fact. So that's sort of a favorite family story of how one day when I was about little over 3, I went missing. And eventually my father went to the police and, and then sort of someone said, why don't you try asking the other children who've gone to school, a new school which had opened very close to where we lived. And then they came there and there I was. I mean, this is the story, of course, that I was told. My only memory of that moment is of looking down at my feet and I was wearing little green slippers. And I remember the dress I was wearing, which was grey with pink apple tulips on it, without sleeves. And I've had more or less the same haircut all my life, I think, except when it grows out. And I just remember looking up to my father and saying no. And I think the question he asked me was, "We need to go home," or something like that. Yeah, and that's my memory. And then the teacher said, well, she's been sitting there and apparently I knew how to write up to C. And so she's been, teaching that other kid how to do it. So might as well let her come. And that's how school started for me. I did many other things like defied orders of getting onto a slide, which was freshly installed and then fell with 4 other kids, had to be taken to the hospital.
There's, by the way, a great Twitter account called Children Falling,
Okay.
which is just videos of children falling in strange ways. Sorry, digression. I'll send you
Yeah,
a
no,
link.
I'm sure it was something pretty weird like that as well. I mean, I loved the moment of, where everybody then came to see how I'd fallen and I was sort of lying in bed. And, so there are these snippets of memories I have from my early childhood. I grew out of my love for school, I think, by the time, the last 2-3 years of school. I kind of grew out of that. And and then it was Bombay. And so I think in my head, I'm a Bombay girl because that's where I did my sort of conscious growing up. And so if sort of, the first decade was, fun and play and, I loved doing all of that. And reading. I used to read a lot and paint. My young days of growing up in Bombay, in a sense, consciously growing up, desperately trying to grow up. Those years were about reading even more, and everything from the Soviet Union buses would come, right, and with free books, everything from illustrated Chekhov to what is dialectical materialism, and I still have some of those books. Those to Strand bookstall, saving money, walking sometimes, I'm not hungry today, skipping lunch and going and buying those books. The typical sort of stuff of what, well, in India, everybody thinks they're middle class. I also think I'm middle class, or I was middle class. I have no idea what I am now. So yeah, lots of reading, so I went to Elphinstone College. And so in that area was the British Council, the United States, USEFI, Education Foundation in India, the Max Muller Bhavan, and the Alliance. And they would have free films, so film shows, books, libraries. So I used to have a bag which literally looked like a grocery bag, which I would just go from one library to the other, borrowing books and, looking extremely intellectual and, making sure I did look like that. And yeah, but definitely the reading, watching lots of films and spending lots of time at this place called Center for Education and Documentation, which was just behind the Taj, the Gateway of India. Sitting there reading all sorts of things. I did believe at that point I was a poet. So together with a bunch of friends and classmates, I think I wrote something close to about 200 poems. I have no idea where they are. They were all really pathetic. But I did write. Then realized, of course, as I, at the end of about 3 or 4 years, that this is quite sad. This doesn't need to see the light of day. But it was wonderful while I was doing it. And yeah, so I think those years were it was that kind of. So I was desperately seeking a life of the mind, and always did. And I still find that fascinating. Of course, like everybody who tries to do this, not everybody, no, I take that back. Like many who try to do this, the imposter syndrome, comes and goes and, sometimes stays, sometimes doesn't stay. But it's my adrenaline comes from that, right? Like, and it has always come from that. I mean, even that age, when I ran away to school, I still remember the other memory I have of at that point is opening a book and reading, and it was an illustrated book. At that age, you get those kinds of books only. But it's been very important to me right from the start. And I think I get that to the largest extent from my father. So my father taught Hindi literature in government colleges. And, he was he studied linguistics and at the Deccan College. And Iravati Karve at that point was sort of, the inspiring figure for his generation, right? And so when he did his doctoral degree, he looked at folk literature because that was sort of, so it was a coming together of ethnography as sort of, the tool from anthropology, but the study of literature and therefore assigning to folk literature the status of literature, etc., all of that, right? So it was a heady time, I think, when he did his work. And I remember he was finishing up when I was sort of when I don't even remember which year he finished, but any which way, I do remember, no, I think oh, never mind. I do remember his Sony tape recorder in which he had the songs of the Banjara community that he was studying for their folk literature, folk songs, and, which he wrote about. And I remember listening to those songs. And in fact, my father or mother, I don't remember which one of them, I should ask my mother, used to sing one of those songs for me to sleep. So I get that desire for a very, very large, uninhibited love for the life of the mind from my father. He occupied, I think, the spectrum from Mungeri Lal ke Haseen Sapne to, the Sankrityayan, right? Like where anything was possible because you wanted it. And you, of course, worked for it. But he never thought something was not possible. And so that I get that from him. And I'm grateful that, I'm grateful for that. My mother is the other end of the spectrum, which is incredibly practical, very stubborn, very determined. And she literally, I think the only refrain I have in my entire life from her are the two sentences, which is, you have to stand on your own 2 feet, and you have to be independent, and you have to do what you need yourself. And so that kind of course, also played out, and for my siblings and myself. So I have 2 sisters. And so I think we were a largely nuclear family. So my father left home when he was in his early teen years. He came from a small village near Gwalior. And he did not really maintain contact with his family after that. And my mother's part of the family is smaller as well. I mean, she has 2 siblings too. And so in a way, I didn't grow up in what one imagines as a large extended family with, lots of sort of fun and frolic and festivals and weddings and, childbirths and what have you and everything that goes. So I would always watch with interest and be amused by my classmates and others, who had these very vibrant sort of social lives. Mine wasn't like that. And I don't know what I've missed, but I don't miss anything. So it's, so I think that probably captures sort of my growing up and my parents and my sisters who are younger to me, but who have been, of course, when I was growing up, they were a pain because, who wants younger siblings when you're growing up? But I think once we kind of, once they passed their teenage years and I was sort of, so I'm 5 and 7 years older to them. So they're 5 and 7 years younger to me. I think they've been my sort of, since the young adult years, they've been my rock solid sort of, support. And they remain so even today. And so that's kind of, the sum total of family.
For those who like to see patterns and build conspiracy theories, you can now build a plausible story that the managing committee of Elphinstone College has paid me a fat sum because you are my 4th guest in a row who has studied at Elphinstone,
Oh, wow.
Jerry Pinto, Arshia
Yes.
Sattar, Rohini Nilikani, and now you. So
Oh,
you're
wow.
all Elphinstone people. So I'm freaking out a little bit inside, and I promise you, leave those conspiracy theories aside. Given the law of truly large numbers, if I do enough episodes, this was inevitable at some point.
Of course.
Bunch of things I want to double click on. And the first of those is your mother's advice for you. Be independent, stand on your own
Yes.
2 feet. Was it as much lament as advice?
No, good Lord, no. She's been working since I was 6 months old.
Wow.
Yeah, no, she's been teaching too, so I should have mentioned that. She taught what is called home science, or what was called home science and later became home economics. So she taught, she retired, of course, a few years ago. But no, she's worked all her life. And I remember when I didn't go to school, I have one memory of when I wasn't quite of school going age. She would take me and she would put me in a corner and she would teach. And at some point, she took up a job in Kolhapur, while my father was still teaching in Amravati. And she took the three of us and went. And I was school going. My sisters were not. And she would just, luckily, her classroom was one floor below the hostel. And so my sisters could be upstairs and she would lock them in. She would go down, teach, come back, feed them, go back, So my mother's worked forever and she's fiercely independent. People call me fiercely independent, but they haven't met my mother. She is, yeah.
So let's talk a bit about the life of the mind, because it was at last night at 4 o'clock, 4 a.m. I don't even know if it's night. I discovered that two of the people you really admire are Ursula Le Guin and Patti Smith, both of whom I love as well. And these common connections are really great. Like I keep telling people that if you like, say, Mary Oliver and Mark Strand and Tom Waits, I know we can be friends. I don't need to know anything else about you. It's that kind of thing. So and it seemed to me from there and from the way you're talking about how much you used to read and all of that, that your life of the mind was to a large extent also a creative life. Where you are, engaging with fiction, you're, engaging with music, you're writing poetry, and all the poetry all of us wrote when we were young was terrible, so don't worry about that. Yeah, though I hope, when someone is studying your archives one day, they will suitably turn up to embarrass your posthumous self.
I'll burn them.
Yeah. So tell me a little bit about how that is going on, that life of the mind, and how it is shaping the way that you see yourself. Like, what is the music you're falling in love with? What are the movies that you're watching and being crazy about? Like, what are the doors that are opening up because of the books that you are reading? Give me a sense of what that journey is like.
So, I'd like to don the pretentious hat and say my music tastes and my tastes in films, etc., eclectic. They're actually not. It's Slumdog Millionaire. It's like, whatever hit and miss, right? Like someone said, watch this, I watch this. Someone says, but again, like you said, there are people I trust because there's some connection already there. If someone's liked The Sopranos and tells me watch this, I'll go and watch this. Someone likes The Wire, then I watch it. I binge watch it 1 week before I'm supposed to submit my thesis, right? Like, oh my God, yeah. So it's been kind of, patchy. I have dear friends who sort of, do the mad thing of actually, so they'll know every single thing about Patti Smith there's to know. They'll know every single book by Ursula Le Guin there is to know, and they will know every single song written by Bob Dylan, and they will know every film made by Scorsese, and I'm not like that. I'm actually not like that. I just don't find myself interested in wanting to do that. If I like something, I enjoy it, and I learn as much as I want from it, or take as much as I want from it, feel as much as I want with it, and then I'm ready for the next thing. It doesn't mean I seek the next thing, but it comes along. Right. And so I think so what kind of, music, it's been eclectic. There, I said it. So, there's a very funny moment in my life when, and, it'll tell you a little, whatever it tells. I think when I was 15 or so, remember, when I was 15, it had been about 2.5 odd years since I had come from Amravati to Bombay. I thought English music was music from English films.
Yeah, but right? It's a natural thing to think in India.
But of course my friends found it very funny, right? Like, oh my God, this woman, not even woman, this girl kind of thing. So, yeah, mix of things. My father, he was hugely into ghazal, so he would sometimes take me along. So I grew up on a dose of that, live, always live. I listened to the radio a lot when I was younger. So, Binaka Geetmala was the sort of thing to listen to. I came very late to television, of course, because television came late to Amravati. It came, I think, just about a year when we were leaving. So I think among the first things I saw on television were Mrs. Gandhi's funeral. And I think after that, Diana's, whatever it was at that point, 84, what would it have been? Her wedding, I'm guessing.
Wedding,
yeah, something like that, whatever. So that was the time I saw, yeah. And so Chitrahar used to be the thing. That was the music to watch. And then after coming to Bombay with friends, I started listening to other songs. So it was initially pop. I was on the borderline for rock, but I didn't quite understand it that well. And then I slowly sort of started getting into music a little more seriously. I wanted to learn how to sing. I didn't get to that until much later. Picked it up for a couple of years and again dropped it. In fact, there are moments in my life when I still want to pick up on it. I think that's the one thing I've done in my life where I actually physically came close to fainting because I was just so engrossed in singing. So my music teacher, basically. So I learned for a little over a year with Neela Bhagwat in Bombay. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
In your daydream, what is the first song you're singing on stage?
Oh, there's no daydream. There was only one song that I could sing, and that was "Tumhe ho na ho mujhko to," the Runa Laila song. So yeah, no. So I got more serious, and I think I remember. I think the first time I felt like I was connecting to music on my own, irrespective of who had recommended anything, was with Annie Lennox, and the album was Diva. Really, really loved it. And from there, then, the journey kind of, then sort of, yeah, more albums, more different things, and the time when I really sort of did nothing but listen to music properly and connected with it and sort of felt good about it was the 2 years that I wasted at IIT Bombay, when I tried to do a PhD and then dumped it and said, this is not for me, and, eventually ended up at Georgia Tech to do history of science. Those were the years, I think, when I really found my playlist, so to speak, right? And that contained sort of, some very usual suspect things, the Dire Straits and, the little bit of Bob Dylan. I didn't take to him very much. I mean, I do understand the richness of his writings, but musically, I don't sort of find it in sort of, I don't connect very well to it. David Bowie, who I discovered in a different way after I met my husband, and so I quite enjoy his music now. Patti Smith somewhere along the way in between, and I just love and I think a great moment was when I listened to her on an LP, because my husband's crazy. He has some 500 LPs, and he still at that point listened to his music on, well, he still does, but it's just that we don't have it with us now. Yeah, so that's been the journey. So if one had to list it, well, or attempt a list, then I do enjoy some Hindustani classical. Again, same thing. So I'm not going to listen to everything that Kishori Amonkar sang, but there are a few compositions of hers which will drive me to tears, and I will listen to those. There are a few compositions of Bhimsen Joshi that I will listen to and I'll enjoy. So things like that, right? Like, so it's literally, I mean, I would have never called it that until recently, but that's my playlist, right? Like, so pick up things that I really like from, so Hindustani classical, rock, punk rock, but punk rock limited to Patti Smith and a little bit after her, not quite the newer forms. And yeah, I think that kind of, and and I, although I haven't taken it up seriously, maybe I will in my old age, when I can, again find the time to kind of listen to it and see how I connect, is opera. I find it quite mad, but there are times when it just mesmerizes me. And so I haven't kind of taken to it, and I haven't found my pieces yet. So I think...
Since you mentioned opera, I'd like to read something out for you.
Yeah.
This is Patti Smith writing about Robert Mapplethorpe.
Yeah.
Where she writes, I was asleep when he died. I had called the hospital to say one more good night, but he had gone under beneath layers of morphine.
Yeah.
I held the receiver and listened to his labored breathing through the phone, knowing I would never hear him again. Later, I quietly straightened my things, my notebook and fountain pen, the cobalt inkwell that had been his, my Persian cup, my purple heart, a tray of baby teeth. I slowly ascended the stairs, counting them, 14 of them. One after another. I drew the blanket over the baby in her crib, kissed my son as he slept, then lay down beside my husband and said my prayers. He is still alive, I remember whispering. Then I slept. I awoke early, and as I descended the stairs, I knew that he was dead. All was still, save the sound of the television that had been left on in the night. An art channel was on, an opera was playing. I was drawn to the screen as Tosca declared, with power and sorrow, her passion for the painter Cavaradossi. It was a cold March morning and I put on my sweater. I raised the blinds and brightness entered the study. I smoothed the heavy linen draping my chair and chose a book of paintings by Odilon Redon, opening it to the image of the head of a woman floating in a small sea. Leoclo, some French thing I can't pronounce. A universe not yet scored, contained beneath the pale lids. The phone rang and I rose to answer. It was Robert's younger brother, Edward. He told me that he had given Robert one last kiss for me, as he had promised. I stood motionless, frozen, then slowly, as in a dream, returned to my chair. At that moment, Tosca began the great aria, Visi Dart. I have lived for love, I have lived for art. I closed my eyes and folded my hands. Providence determined how I would say goodbye.
Wonderful.
So, yeah, just beautiful. I read it last night, and so here's the thing that, I relate to what you said about not going too deep into an artist, and at the same time I relate to the opposite as well. So sometimes what will happen is I will kind of graze, like when it comes to Patti Smith, I'll listen to Because the Night, and I'll listen to her version of Gloria, but I won't actually listen to all of Horses, right? I'll listen to selected things here and there. But there are some other things where once I'm in a rabbit hole, I'm in a freaking rabbit hole. Give me a few hours, I'm a world expert on that.
Yeah.
I'll figure every damn thing out. So, what have been your rabbit holes?
Ooh, cyclotrons. I think more recently cyclotrons. But yes, it does happen. It does happen, and then you want to know everything. And it can be, just the last 1 week, it has been bedside tables. So that can happen. It's because I want the best bedside table in the universe. And, so I will literally spend hours and hours and hours and then try and understand about, more about how they're made, why they're made, when they tilt, why they don't tilt, etc., etc. So that can happen. It can happen also for an artist. And I'm trying to think, or authors, and I'm trying to think when was the last time that happened. The last 5 years have been dehydrating for my mind in the sense that I haven't been able to find the time to read and nurture my mind in ways in which I must. I hope the next 5 years are not. I will make sure the next 5 years are not like that. But I think I'm trying to think. I do go down rabbit holes like that, and then I want to do everything and everything and everything. It's when I want to know. Yeah, I can't think of an artist but about things. Yeah, cyclotrons definitely. There was a point when I needed to know everything about cyclotrons, and then there was a time when it was jet fighters. Yeah. In
your documentary Cyclotron, a couple of the scholars that you spoke to say that during the years that they were setting up the cyclotron, it was so obsessive, so all-consuming that they didn't get any papers out.
Yeah.
I think one of them said 4 years, one of them said a longer period. They didn't get any papers out because everything was cyclotron. And what you're describing seems to be a similar process. And I wonder then that when one looks at the time, how does one evaluate it? Because one way of thinking about that time is using the metric of what have I achieved.
Yeah.
And if you just put it blankly like that, you look at the opportunity cost and you say all the papers not done and blah, blah, blah. And you say, oh, I just went down a cyclotron rabbit hole and I haven't done all these 10 other things I could have done. But the other way of looking at it is that I delved into something that gave me joy. I was happy delving into it, and that's what matters.
Yeah.
So, in terms of those sort of metrics, and I know we are all the time sort of plagued with self-doubt in terms of have I done the right things, have I lived my life the right way, but how have you sort of evolved your metrics for, in one way, they could just be rationalizations to help you be at peace with yourself. In another way, you could be too hard on yourself because of what others expect. But what are sort of your internal metrics now? How has that evolved?
Yeah, that's actually a wonderful question, because you're absolutely right. It's been, you absolutely, how should I put it, perceptive to ask that question. Because I spoke about, the demoralizations of the last 5 years, the difficulties of the last 5 years. But I've kept on, and I've kept on not simply because of stubbornness. I do get something out of it, right? Like the fact that I chose to do it already, meant that I found something worth pursuing. So here's the thing, right? Like I know this needs to be done, and let me see if if my memory is going to help me keep the train of thought properly, because I want to talk about why this needs to be done. I want to talk about how I'm approaching it and how I'm doing it, and then come back to how I evaluate where I am and what might come of it. So that might be a refrain, though, the last point, in terms of not realizing things fully, but why it needs to be done, right? Like, so I've often spoken about, and I'm given the research you've done, you've probably sort of heard me say this already, which is that our higher education is incredibly siloed, right? So between the ages of 15 and 17, you are literally batched out into your professional community. You might choose to do something else afterwards, but in those 4 to 5 years, depending on what kind of degree you do, you're interacting with people who are engaging with the same material. You do not deal with people. You're not with people who are doing anything different to yourself. So as an engineer, it's highly unlikely that you are having dinner with a historian, having breakfast with a cinematographer, or having dinner with a physicist, or dating an artist, or getting drunk with a musician. I mean, you might fancy yourself, and most engineering schools have enough people who fancy themselves as musicians, but so you're not doing that. As a result of which, I think most of us leave the education system without any respect for the ability to think. Yes, for the ability to think for certain kinds of disciplines, but also for how somebody's mind works when they're not doing the same material. You kind of get caught up in the narcissism of small differences. It's like, wo maggu hai, this one, ye ratta bahut achhi tarah marta hai. Ye, last 12 hours mein padh ke gets grades. Oh, that one's sort of, his GPA is really great because he works all semester. That's the thing you get caught in. You don't sort of fight on the dinner table about why history is not merely about dates and list of whatever things, or why art and creative expression has something meaningful to say to scientific research and creative expression of that kind. And I think that leaves, and this is, I mean, in India particularly strong, and therefore I think we are all living with relatively impoverished minds. I mean, many of us pick up things afterwards, and we exceed the cards we've been given. But for the most part, if you don't have the opportunity, the luxury, and the desire to break out of it, you're simply living with such a shrunken imagination that it's beyond tragedy. I think it's like we've failed. We've completely failed. And so I think we need to break out of that, because in India, my journey is an impossibility. You take your degrees in civics and politics, and after that you move to history of science. What is that? First of all, no university in this country offers a degree in history of science. Most people are just like, oh, what's that? All science? All history? History of what? So, as it is, I mean, I think impoverishment of professions, of imagination, like all sorts of things. Even you're not a good engineer, I think, if you don't understand what technology is being created for and towards and whatever, and so on and so forth. And so I think that needs to break, and that work needs to be done. And this is my way of doing one tiny thing in that direction, right? And so I knew this needed to be done. This was one of those things, as where I started out saying that there are things you can do and things need to be done. This is one of those things that I very strongly believe needs to be done.
Did you also need to do it?
Did I need to do it? The opportunity came my way. I didn't go looking for it. The opportunity came my way, and once it was at my doorstep and the job was offered to me, at that point, two things, right? Like I had a tenured position, so that life that you spoke about could have sort of happen where, I would retire at the age of 70, having written, hopefully a book or two more, and, having mentored several students, etc. Path was cut out quite well. And two things, changed. Well, no, not changed. I mean, I realized once sort of, that this needed to be done. The opportunity came to me. And my family was completely unwilling to help me, right? Like they said, this is too big a decision for us to participate in. So this is by family, I mean mainly my husband and my sister. And they said, if we say something tomorrow, you'll blame us for the decision. So please take it yourself. And after a few months, when I became a really miserable person to be around because the anxiety was really playing on my mind, so clearly I was torn. Very, very clearly I was torn. I mean, I wasn't I wasn't sort of tilting towards any side. At that point, there were two things that came up in the discussion with my husband, where he said one thing which stays with me, which is that nothing should become a trap. And so the tenure shouldn't become a trap, nor your profession, nor anything, right? And I think that resonated with me, and it still stays with me. That nothing should become a trap. The fact that I now have this position, and whatever I'm able to do, I'm trying to do, but even this needn't become a trap. Just like, and I mean, I didn't let my first 3 degrees become a trap. And, walked out and, retrained myself in a range of things. So I understood what he meant, and I think I connected with that. But the other thing he said, and that was when I really was a horrible creature. I mean, his father was visiting us. We were walking, I remember, in Nottingham, where my sisters lived, walking up the meadow next to the castle, and he just turned around and said, okay, fine. When you're 70, will you regret having done this, or will you regret not having done this? And a week after that, I had sort of said yes to the contract. And, the sort of the comedy of the contract and everything is quite another story, but I accepted that, right? And so then it came to be that I became the person to do this, right? And I think all of us need to do this, and everybody needs to do this. And this change just simply needs to happen if we want anything. I mean, I'm not even talking about growth and development. And if we just want people with people who relate to each other better, a society that thinks about each other better, a society that imagines better futures, a politics that is better informed, a public debate that is not ad hominem, policy, everything will follow, I think, if we are able to begin to break out of these silos, right? So I think there are a couple of things that I say. I mean, the other thing, and this is a sidetrack, but although this is also something I keep saying all the time, and I'll say it until I die, because I don't think that change is coming anytime in my lifetime, is that in India, I think we need to invest in the industrial training institutes, which is the ITIs, as much as we invest in the IITs. Because unless we do that, the story that we saw in Cyclotron, right? The respect and the sort of training that you need at every single level to make things happen, the working with your hands, respecting, that kind of work, I think again, a range of things will follow from that. So I think that is sort of the why I think this institution is an institution of this kind is necessary, and it's serendipity that this becomes sort of one of the few starting points. It's not that people haven't thought of this before. It's not that we are not aware of it. There are enough people who are aware of it. So this is one such small effort in that direction, right? And in terms of how I then decided to approach it, I was like, okay, this is the problem. Now, so the Science Gallery is we are a network of 7 or 8 galleries across the world. And it started out in Dublin about 14 odd years ago. And it's also a historian of science who kind of started with that. So Michael John Gorman, who's now leading Biotopia in Munich, which is a sort of a refreshed museum. And the sort of main thing of the Dublin model is to bring artists and scientists together to create public engagement. And when it started out, it was a pretty novel thing to do. It's different from sci-art in the sense that it doesn't seek to illustrate science, but to create like a pathway to engage with it. I'm happy to come back to this a little later. But when I started out, the question I asked myself was, okay, so India, silos, all of these are the circumstances. Second, Dublin, a city without a science museum. This model in a university worked 10 years ago. How am I going to cut out my task in India? At the outset, it didn't make sense to me to come and try to do the self-same thing as it worked in Dublin with 10 years ago. For two reasons. One, because Dublin's not in India. And the second is also that while we needed to create here a format that was relevant to the concerns on the ground to accomplish the same mandate, which is public engagement with science, what format would be relevant was my first question. And the second was, I want to look 10 years ahead of me. I don't want to look 10 years behind. So what can we do in India which will not only speak to what we require here on the ground, but also allow us to create an institution which is a reimagined public space for science which others could look at, right? Why should models always come from elsewhere? Why don't we create models? And so that was sort of my starting point. And then I took the words that we work with, right? Like we work with the word science, we work with the word art, and we work with the word public engagement. So science for me was human, social and natural sciences. I'm not going to work only with the Anglo-American idea of science. I mean, I come from a sort of, look at my background. There's no way I was going to take science as, only natural sciences. And art, I felt in a way, the Indian art scene, I think, is far more global and, it's interesting. It still doesn't look at science in interesting ways. There are some who do. And so I thought, like, also if we want public engagement, then art is as distant from the public domain as science is. So maybe a broader understanding of culture and various cultural formats is probably a better way to open doors. So that became the second word. So science as a broader idea of science and culture. Now, public engagement. It's like, what is public engagement in India? In a country where museum going is not necessarily a sort of big thing. School trips go to museums. Occasionally family outings go to museums, but it's pedagogy, right? Push a few buttons, learn something. This is our old history. Sculptures from so-and-so time, paintings from so-and-so time. Like, when we do go, this is what it is, right? And occasionally natural history museums when they don't burn down. So, how to do that? And so I was thinking, like, what is it that I'm doing? Why am I doing it? And 2-3 conclusions in a way fell in place in the first year. And one of them was that this is an institution that is a bridge between research and the public. It's not research and knowledge, basically, and the public. It's not about communicating research to the public, but this is about building that bridge so that there is a two-way traffic. So, in that traffic, where is the onus? And I think the onus is on knowledge and science because that is where privilege is. And therefore, my sort of what, in common parlance as is vision statement became one where bring science back into culture is what I operate with. That is what I want to do because that is where it has belonged. It's only in recent history, by which I mean about 120, 130 odd years, that, there has been that sort of divergence. So it needs to come back where it belongs. As I've said, and again, in your research, you might have come across this, is that I strongly feel we have a professional conversation on science. We don't have a cultural one, right? Like we talk about ranks, we talk about recruitment, we talk about admission, we talk about pay package, upward social mobility. We don't talk about what actually that means, right? Like we don't sort of, what is the meaning of this research for us? Why does this matter? Why does this new finding speak to me? Should I be interested in this? Why should I be interested in this? Everybody doesn't need to practice science. Doesn't need to. Everybody shouldn't. Only people who are inclined to should. And not because you got 99.9% that you go into an engineering college or, get a physics degree. You should do it because it drives you in an ideal world. And we know a lot of, obstacles come in between and we can discuss those later. But yeah. So that kind of, so the desire to put knowledge into a cultural conversation is became my motivation. But to do it in India, to deliver public engagement, how do I do this? And then two of my, again, this is sort of after the fact. You always construct it linearly, but there are two thoughts that congealed, and from with various sort of beginning in various different places. One of them was to think about, this is a museum-like space. Of course, it's not a museum because we don't have a historical collection, and we don't have permanent galleries. But it's a public space for science. What were the earliest public spaces for science? They were the Wunderkammer, and they were the museums, natural history museums mainly, right? Like with collections of birds and animals and rah, 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 rah. So what you had there was a connection between the object of scientific inquiry, the inquirer, and the public, because they were in the same space, right? So you knew what the scientist studied, and you had a relationship to that. Today, of course, given the changed nature of science, that kind of a direct relationship is not possible, right? And you don't recreate the past. But that relationship is actually an interesting one, and maybe interesting to bring, interesting to think of how that might play out for today. So how do you do that, right? So that's one question that's driving how I'm thinking about formats at the gallery. So needless to say, and I'll say this towards the end, probably with slightly more elaboration, is that this is version 2.0. This is not what started out in Dublin. So that I want, through the gallery, to create this relationship between the researcher, the object of scientific inquiry, human social natural sciences, and the public, right? So that's one set of motivations. The second is, if you look at the story of Raman, who we earlier spoke about, for the first 10 or 11 years of his professional life, he was an accountant. He used to work with the Indian Audits and Account Services. And in the evenings, he would go and work in the labs of the Indian Association for Cultivation of Science. He wasn't the only one. There was Mahendralal Sarkar, Ashutosh Mukherjee, and a range of others who all had sort of, more than one profession, right? Like, so, if I remember correctly, I think Sarkar was a lawyer by day and a mathematician by evening. Raman was a accountant and a physicist by evening. In fact, his Nobel Prize work was carried out at the association's labs. And so here was someone, a member of the public, so to speak, who knew one thing, wanted to pursue another thing, and there was an opportunity and a space where he could do that. Where is that opportunity today? Right? Where if you're not within the institutional boundaries of a science institution, if you don't get admitted through, the innumerable and ridiculous competitive exams, if you don't make it through here, through that, your access and ability to even to do any kind of work is simply there or not there, right? And as a member of the public, you can't even walk into an institution. I mean, even me with my fancy card, I have to make entries whenever I enter science institution campuses, right? And so I thought this could become that space where someone, of course, the nature of research today is so, how should I put it? It's expensive, it's expanded, it's siloed. And again, this is not only a critique. I mean, there are good things also. The narrowing down, as we spoke about earlier, the narrowing down can give you an insight that you can't by looking at the big picture. And what you get from looking at the big picture, you're not getting by doing that. So you always are going to have a productive tension between the two, where that's as necessary as this, right? And so I think that opportunity to take a step back, look at the big picture, but also give that ability to look at the big picture to someone who's not necessarily sitting in an institution, is the second set of motivations which I then brought to this format, right? And the end result is as follows. We've divided our work now into three buckets. The first is the public engagement work, which is similar to the work that all of our sibling galleries and other public institutions for science do, which is of, I call them research festivals. They started out as exhibitions, but now they're full-on research festivals, because we do a range of things that make sure any door that you want to open can be opened to the same sort of purpose, which is to understand more about a given thing from across disciplines, from across practices, etc. So we still bring the scientists, still bring the artists, but not scientists necessarily, but scholars, right? Like, so historians, artists, filmmakers, physicists, epidemiologists, whoever's relevant to the topic will be brought in. So they've become research festivals now. So sort of an expanded version of exhibitions. But what is specific and unique to us within the network, but also I think different to other institutions, other than institutions like the Smithsonian, is that we will have a public lab complex. So we will have 7 experimental spaces which cut across disciplines for people to actually propose to do work in. And the idea is as follows, that these are spaces which will have the equipment and the facilities required to be able to develop an idea that is at the threshold of research, right? So it's about exploring in an open-ended manner, in conversation with people who are not from your discipline, the questions that are good to ask. And then when the questions are ready, they can go wherever they need to go. They can go to a university, they can go to an incubator, they can go to an art gallery, they can go to a classroom, or they can go home. Wherever they need to go, right? And so Kiran really likes a word that we use for the format. And, because I was trying to communicate to the board, what is the purpose of this thing? And I said, it's about, is it an incubator? And I was like, well, if we say to incubate ideas, and it caught on. So now we call it an ideas incubator. I think it's a good, I had huge resistance to using the word incubator earlier, but I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think
it's a cyclotron. There's a beam you're putting out there.
Absolutely, yes. Target, non-destructive, as my people would say. Yeah, so so it's about generating. It's about coming together, talking to people you would otherwise not talk to, and come up with ideas, come up with questions that are worthy of our time to pursue. So we have a natural sciences lab, and the idea behind that is, so it's more like a Hunterian lab than it is a new sort of lab, a new kind of lab, because how can you have a lab across disciplines anymore, right? And so the idea is as follows: we stand at the threshold of global sort of how do you call it, a destruction of nature. We need a different relationship to nature now. We need to reimagine, therefore, the kind of knowledge that we need of nature. So this is the place to do that. And when that idea is ready to be taken into a silo, that can be taken in. But here's where you come and talk to people you normally don't talk to, ask the question, and then go. So that's the idea of the natural sciences lab. There's a materials lab, which is about materials for the future. So sustainability, of course, is a part of that thinking, but also madness of some kind, right? Like how do you create maybe, whatever, new fibers or new whatevers, and how do you study existing ones? How do you go back to who knows what, right? Like, I don't want to know what someone else should be seeking, and I don't want to tell. I want people to come and, pursue their inquiries. Then we have a food lab because, central to life and everything, and the system, right? Like agriculture to sort of sewage, if you like it, right? Like, so the whole side. So food lab. We have a new media lab because there's no way to escape from simulation, augmented reality, virtual reality, range of things. I mean, we live on our computers, and we've begun to carry them even in our watches now, and who knows when in my spectacles eventually. So the new media lab. We have a theory lab, which is basically just a place to bring people to chat, and when they're ready to go into a lab, they'll go into a lab. A numbers lab, because numeric literacy is genuinely, we are in an incredibly dangerously sad state. So that, and a humanities lab, of course. And the goal is to get people to work across these labs. right? Like, so you can't like come and propose a project which is only in the natural sciences lab. It would be wonderful if you work across the natural sciences lab and the food lab, or the food lab and the materials lab, or the humanities lab and the new media lab, or the new media lab and the numbers lab, or whatever else, right? Who cares? I mean, come. So that's the thing. So the public lab complex will run on a fellowship model. And the only condition we have is that you can't work in a silo, and you'll have to take a young person as an apprentice, because there is no other way to socialize a new generation into thinking beyond disciplines, thinking beyond sort of, the silos that exist. So that's new to us. And the third bucket is public science. And the only reason why I call it public science is because I want to move the needle on citizen science, where citizens are not only sort of collecting data or contributing to somebody's research, but become participants in a larger research project, right? Like where they're able to do that kind of work and generate new questions to ask. So we call it science with society rather than science and society, or science whatever of society, etc. So so that's become now the model, and we'll have a research festival that runs over a year, a fellowship model that speaks to that theme, and projects that are off-site, which are largely then the science with society kind of work that we want to. That's the least developed bucket right now for me, because bandwidth. If you ask me, you're not asking me, but I'm going to tell you anyway, the biggest challenge, biggest challenge. I mean, the other thing are just demoralizing stuff, which we know why it's happening and whatever, is finding people. Finding people who can, It's hard because people who come from the sciences often think of this as an extension of science communication. We don't want to do that. Not that that doesn't need to be done. That needs to be done. It has its place. But this is not science communication. And people from the humanities largely don't want to look at the word science because they've been socialized into not wanting to do that. And so I mean, the only success I've had so far is getting colleagues straight from university and college, and then they have no, how should I put it, no inhibition, actually, very good energy, and less of a commitment to any kind of silo, even though the education often sort of, has been in one direction. But we all know how undergraduate education in India is even at the best institutions. It's really a test of memory and a test of being able to pass exams or clear exams. And so I think they're still not as damaged. I mean, the other question we often asked is, why don't you work with even younger people? I mean, as audiences, because the target age group for us is 15 to 28, 15 to 30. And then there's no doubt, the younger they are, the better they will learn, and, the better their brains will get circuited in mad ways. But I think young adults, in a way, are like an orphaned part of human life, right? Like, because when you're until you're in school, everything from your food to fed your studies to everything, and people drive you around and do everything, and then at some point you have a job, and then you're an adult. But in this age, suddenly you're supposed to take decisions, accept responsibility within constraints, of course, please be an engineer, etc. But after becoming an engineer, nobody wants to know what you're doing. Nobody wants to know how you're doing. It's just that what they want to know at the end of this pipe is that you're able to get a job and maintain your social status, if not improve it. So working with this age group, who in a way is left alone to fend for themselves, not left alone in a good way, but left alone to, fight it out. It's a good age both to work with in my team, but also to work with as sort of, the target audience, because I think they're able to grasp, where they've been shortchanged. They have aspirations in a way in which children don't, which of course is a different kind of joy to work with young, I mean, I have a dear friend who's 3-year-old, just completely, I mean, I'm just fascinated by her. She's just absolutely lovely. But, the young adults grasp and they can fight for change. They can, even if we fail, and we all do, and we will continue to, the desire to change transforms something inside you. And even if you don't realize it now, something else will happen at another point, etc. But, that it propels you in different ways.
All of this is very fascinating, and there are many things I want to double click on, and I'll ask you more about the science gallery. But first, before we go into a break, I loved your phrase, the narcissism of small differences. By the way, what a great phrase! Reveals
I
so
got
much.
it from somewhere. It's not my own, unfortunately. But
Fair enough, but I learned it from you, so I'm going to. My gratitude is towards you.
Thank you.
I want to sort of talk now about something that you were talking about, like when your husband said, "Don't let anything be a trap." And I often think about how we are shaped by the forms that we operate in.
Yeah.
For example, as a podcaster, I could choose to do a 6-hour conversation, I could choose to do a 6-minute conversation.
Yes.
If I'm doing a 6-minute conversation, I'm necessarily being shallow, necessarily being quick, etc., etc. If I'm doing a longer conversation, it forces me to listen intently, to not be the main character anymore, to show humility, to learn more. All of that. I've written an essay about this as well. How the form of what you do shapes the work, the content of what you produce, and that shapes your character. So they're all kind of linked, and therefore it is very resonant. Those wise words about don't let anything be a trap, tenure be a trap, or the way others see you be a trap, or the way you see yourself be a trap. And there's this great sort of quote from Cyclotron where Balwinder Singh says, first the Gurudwara is built, then the people who read the scriptures come.
Yes.
Right? And those people who are going to the Gurdwara to read the scriptures, it's a form of the Gurdwara that, is bringing that about. And you ask a very perceptive question a little later in the documentary, where you ask, is the machine setting the research agenda, or is the research agenda using the machine? Right? And at some level, I guess, even for the protagonists involved internally, it's perhaps hard to disentangle those, because you will never give up agency to the machine and say, oh, I'm just a product of the form, or you are always going to pretend that you're in charge and everything's going that way. So and I guess that you are also, in a sense, therefore fundamentally different from what you would have been had you stayed as a tenured academic.
Yes.
Number one.
Yes.
And number two, that there is also an intentionality in this to some extent. So tell me a little bit about sort of this, because you and we'll after the break we'll get back to your academic life, and you speak about how that until the point you're doing like civics and whatever in IIT Bombay, you're miserable. But then you change track, and then you find some, when you go to Georgia, you find the history of science, and everything's kind of working out again. So you've made these sort of changes. And so is it the person you want to be and the things you want to do shaping the form that you choose, and the form of living, I mean, the form of doing things, what you're doing? How do they play into each other? How do you think about this? How much of it is kind of intentional?
So I think this is the first time I'm actually reflecting on this aloud. I've had moments when I've thought about this, because obviously, I'm old enough now to begin to take stock, and I think that also begins for most of us with losing a parent, and that happened for me recently. So it's, what have I done in a way, and how have I organized my life? And let me start by saying that there's a kernel of truth to the joke I'm about to crack. My sense of humor is very bad. My team often makes fun of me for that. But nonetheless, is that there is some amount of truth in it, like Freud has told us. There is always, even in a joke and humor, something there. So every major change in my life has been taken. The decision for every major change in my life has been taken in anger and deep level of dissatisfaction. And so like I said, I got I did my civics and politics in Bombay at Elphinstone, and then I did a master's at the School of Oriental and African Studies. I came back. I was unwell for a brief while, after which I started a PhD at IIT Bombay, and that's when I realized in the first year itself that, this wasn't going anywhere. I simply wasn't interested in the questions that my field, which was largely social sciences then, was expecting me to answer. I found them uninteresting. And so that was dissatisfaction. And it also, again, people play a role, and, they it doesn't necessarily make someone, how should I put it, malintent or wrong necessarily. But my supervisor at that point found it very hard to trust me. And that wasn't good. And she found it probably hard to trust me because I wasn't sounding like I was ready to take on big questions and finish a PhD, because the questions she wanted me to answer were not appealing to me at all.
Like what?
So, so remember, this is like the when was this? Yeah, mid-1990s, right? So I started working on now I can say history of, but although at that point the material was historical, but the framework wasn't. Early cinema in India. My name, of course, helped me open doors. No relation whatsoever. I would love to invent one if I can. But I wanted to look for I still remember I wanted to look for how the space for a new medium was created. Nobody knew what cinema was, and suddenly cinema was everywhere. And how? Right? In India, how? It's crazy, right? So I wanted to understand the early years, like I think, and what did people think? Why did they want this thing in the public domain at all? Like I'm not wanting to create a space for a public space for science. Do people really want it? Clearly, in hindsight, we can say that a space was created for that medium, and like in a incredible way. How have we embraced cinema? So, keeping that aside, like sort of good scholars should, not explain it teleologically, but to understand so where was the equipment coming from? To what extent were they going? What kind of stories were they picking, etc. So, I wanted to understand that. And at the heart of it were the 3 cinematograph committee reports where they spoke to vendors, traders, people showing cinema, people making cinema, regulators, people talking about unruly publics, this, that, whatever, right? And I wanted to go through all of this and say something interesting about what one might call, and at that point I knew that word properly, which was political economy of cinema. And the questions that my field at that point was interested in were representation, gender, body politic, nationalism. I'm aware of the intersection of all of these questions acutely now. I was aware of them then. I was not ready to foreground any of those categories as important at all. That's not to say that they weren't shaping every single thing that was happening there. In different ways, in different proportions. I would have liked to find the weave. I wasn't interested in a category. I wasn't ready to, if I may say so, run the story through a cranking machine and pull out a story where the answer was evident even before I started that. I couldn't have articulated this at that point. Remember, this is like 1998. And I was angry because I didn't know what other emotion to attach to it. And so that was that. I, spent the next, I have no idea how this goes in the podcast or not. But I spent the next 2 years basically, just happily getting drunk and doing theatre and making some very good friends and, inhabiting a very different life to what I was used to earlier. Elphinstone wasn't like that. University of Bombay wasn't like that. SOAS wasn't like that. I submitted applications together with all the BTech kids. Even at that point, I was a couple of, they were all, the people who were writing the applications were probably around 22. I was probably 25. So, already I was slightly older. And I had gone to London and come back. So I was kind of this mad creature. Plus I was from the humanities. So like, what useless thing. Plus PhD. Oh my God, like levels of depth of uselessness, right? So I was like but then she's the only girl who comes with us to, these shady bars to drink. And, there were other women who did drink. So it's not like, I was the only one who was drinking, but I was the only one who went out and, whatever, with them to the bars and whatnot. And then I did theatre and things like that. And listened to Floyd and, whatever have you. And so I think it was a strange time in that sense. In that world was not something I'd inhabited before. That kind of confidence I had not seen in people my age before. And then I just wrote applications with all of them, right? And so the thing to do was to go to the computer lab, leave your chappals outside, which often got stolen, and so you're left with whoever else's chappals. And there's still a story circulating out there about how I ran after someone who took my chappals and basically asked them to give it back to me. These were all bathroom slippers. They weren't like whatever. But anyway, and it was I loved my time there. Because once I decided I wasn't doing what I was expected to do, I just started doing other things, which is also what I did at the University of Bombay when I did my first master's degree, which is, spent basically from morning to evening in the library reading whatever came my way. I did not care. Disciplinary boundaries, whatever, who cares, right? I wouldn't have articulated it this way. I was like, I was there, I was reading what I liked. And there were a bunch of students of economics who would also hang out in the library. And they, of course, they what one would call studied, I read. And so I started doing that here in a far more fun way, I think. I was ready to enjoy life. And of course, I was also getting over the illness that I spoke about. And so, it was, it was a good time. And what is fascinating is when we wrote the application, right? There's a moral economy to the whole thing. So we wrote our applications and they would go as bundles to whatever university you wanted to send it to a senior from IIT Bombay. And then the senior would submit all those applications by paying the application fees. And then your promise was that when you go there, you will do it for the next batch of people. It was just really quite incredible, So this is the level at which networks and communities work. It didn't mean everybody liked each other. It didn't mean, some of them were, of course, very deep and long-term friendships, which, even today I see and, they survive. But this was, so I became a part of a community where I was allowed in because I was just so much of an outsider that, that was probably the only way to deal with me. And I wanted that community, right? I wanted to be with people and I wanted to be with people where I could do whatever I wanted and find the next path. And so I wrote those applications. I would have, on my own, probably never applied to go to the United States. But, from IIT, you apply only to the US. So I applied. And I got into Sciences Po in Paris. I'm talking about with funding because, that was the best way to go. I couldn't have asked my parents to take a loan. I did not want to ask my parents to take a loan. So I got into Sciences Po with the EFL scholarship. I got into UCL, and that would have been going back to London, which I absolutely adored at that point of time. I got into New School with a scholarship, and then I got into Georgia Tech. And the Georgia Tech program was the one that was in sort of, I had no idea what it was. And I was like, I'm going to go there. And I'm going to not study India ever. And I'm going to completely reimagine my life. And my friends joke about it. It's like, okay, so London, Paris, New York, Atlanta. Did you think this was figure the odd one out? That's how you chose it. And I was like, didn't strike me that way at that moment. But it was the thing I didn't know. And I went. And I remember I went there in August. And Sciences Po the semester began in October. So I told myself, if I don't like it in the first 2 months, I'll go to Sciences Po and continue with civics and politics and other things, and I'll be happy. And, Paris was sort of alien enough. I'd never been in Paris, and, the program was actually quite mad. They would give you instruction in French for the first year, and then you'd start on your program and whatever. So, anything, it was a promise of sort of fun. And I remember the welcome party we had at one of the professors' house. And this is my first time in America. And everything was kind of just... I was half my size that I am now. I was literally like a matchstick. Short hair, little, sort of whatever. And everything in America was big. Really big. And my cohort was 5 other people. So we were 6 of us. 1 electrical engineer, 1 lawyer, 1 biologist, 1 mechanical engineer, 1 economist, and myself. 5 boys and me. And at the welcome party, there's something about some vaccination proof that I had not submitted or whatever. And this is going on, like whatever, the discussion. And I had to do this, some very minor thing. And, and I there was a new professor who had just joined the same year, and he was at the party, and he's like, oh, so where are you from? This, that, da, 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 da. We're talking, and like, yeah, and nobody here cares, like they want this vaccination thing done, whatever. In a typically offhand young person kind of, why should I have to do anything kind of mode. And he just let us, but I care. I was just struck by why would anyone even respond like that, right? Like, I still have no idea how and why it has still stayed with me. And I was like, oh, okay, fine. I'll take your course. I'll figure out, I mean, I didn't say that to him. I said that in my mind. And I started. And, I mean, October came and went. And I was in love. I was absolutely in love. I mean, this was stuff I did not know anything about. It was incredible. I mean, there were difficult moments as well when I had to take courses in American urban history and things like that, which I had no clue and, how to grasp and whatnot. And I was like, can I take another course? And they were like, no, you have to take this. It was really, really, really fun. I had I don't think I've had that much fun before or after. I mean, I had fun already at IIT, but this was... So I stayed with a couple of boys I knew at IIT Bombay. So, we shared a house. And I was actually housemates also with another set of people who were a mix of IIT Madras and IIT Delhi people. And so effectively, if I wasn't found in one place, I was in the other place. And my cohort and I mean, because we were all coming from different disciplines, none of us knew how to deal with what we were being taught. And I was still the social science person, so I was kind of, at least knew some of the language, some of the authors, etc. So we would read together. We would sit and we would make really bad instant coffee and really bad double chocolate chip cookies. And we would stay up, day and night and, just read like... So what does he mean by that? What does he mean by that? Oh, he refers to that book. Okay, you go to the library and get that book. And, you come back. To the point where at some point we got an email from the graduate studies coordinator saying stop kibbutzing. Because we were just found always in that room, sitting in our socks, which is apparently not quite the thing to do, and just reading away. And going out in the evenings, eating really bad pizza and, drinking really big bottles of who knows what. And I just... I think it was an exhilarating time. And this is funny now to comprehend for me because I don't drive. I don't have a driver's license. And I was living in Atlanta. And I still had a good time. And yeah, I mean, I had come home. I mean, I went and took physics classes. Apart from sort of, the regular history of science and technology courses. I mean, the person who said, but I care, became my supervisor. And I worked with him. I'm now editing his Festschrift because he retired last year. We still can't believe he's retired. But, yeah. It was... I loved it.
What a wonderful answer. And the only flaw in it is that you began it by promising a joke and the joke never came.
Oh, that I take decisions in anger.
That's a joke.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, see, I told you my sense of humor is bad.
Yeah, I think we'll take a quick break now and we'll come back and we'll continue this story.
Yes.
Have you always wanted to be a writer but never quite gotten down to it? Well, I'd love to help you. Since April 2020, I've enjoyed teaching 27 cohorts of my online course, The Art of Clear Writing, and an online community has now sprung up of all my past students. We have workshops, a newsletter to showcase the work of students, and vibrant community interaction. In the course itself, through 4 webinars spread over 4 weekends, I share all I know about the craft and practice of clear writing. There are many exercises, much interaction, and a lovely and lively community at the end of it. The course costs rupees 10,000 plus GST, or about $150. If you're interested, head on over to register at indiauncut.com/clearwriting. That's indiauncut.com/clearwriting. Being a good writer doesn't require God-given talent, just a willingness to work hard and a clear idea of what you need to do to refine your skills. I can help you. Welcome back to The Scene in the Unseen. I'm chatting with Jahnavi Phalkey about her life and her work and all of that, and in a sense about her love, because just before we got to the break, you spoke about how you fell in love with studying the history of science, and October Came and Went and all of that, which can actually be the title of a nice book also, October Came and Went. and when we fall in love, and typically it's with an actual person, and we'll often have these vivid memories of little concrete things about them, maybe a dimple, maybe the way they pronounce a word or something like that. And I'm going to ask you to sort of turn that gaze onto what you were studying and what you fell in love with, and try to, if you can describe those sort of aspects of it which made you go, wow, was there a particular frame which attracted you? Was there a particular book that you read which you were like, this is so good, it's, so what was that like, to just kind of make that flesh and blood for me in terms of, precisely what are the things that you fell in love with about the history of science? And
So let me anchor it. Let me anchor my answer in a book, which is Leviathan and the Pump, which was a book, one of the books that we read in graduate school, written by Stephen Shapin and Simon Schaffer at Harvard and Cambridge respectively, and sort of considered by most of us as sort of pretty robust, good, inspiring scholars of the previous generation. Both are, at least one of them is retired now. Now, this was a book in which I learned that Thomas Hobbes, who I had earlier studied as a political philosopher, the nasty, brutish and short person, was a mathematician. And in his debates with Robert Hooke about this pump and, the nature of science and experiment and theory and thinking, it just completely drew me in. This was like the pathway of Alice falling through the tree trunk. It was crazy because here was a house into which I had walked in, which I had no idea about. I didn't know walls from windows from doors. I had not formally studied science since the age of 15. Here I was being intelligently able to engage with aspects of the scientific enterprise and establishment and getting excited along the way. How is knowledge produced? Who produces knowledge? Why does that matter? How ridiculously fragile disciplinary boundaries are? How new that phenomenon is? All of these things sort of began to play in my mind. And while I understood fairly early on, because, within history of science, we have this debate on the internalist and externalist nature of writing history of science, where, internalists are, which became a bad word, by the way, somewhere along the line, were people who were trained in science and then wrote histories of science from within about how disciplines transformed and who did what research and why, who designed what experiments and why, etc. And then externalists who would write about, the scaffolding around this enterprise, why, how some things become possible, what kind of discoveries led to transformation of society. So the Copernican revolution, for that matter, or, the acceptance of the idea that the earth was not flat, or evolution, or, things like that. And I'm talking about sort of, in the historical past, and there are newer ideas, of course, which also command a similar kind of engagement. And so this was sort of put in front of us. But of course, the people who I was studying with were, incredibly good scholars who also sort of made us understand that, even this binary wasn't quite an interesting one about externalists and internalists, about what questions you were interested in and were you able to answer them, right? So if you were interested in the emergence of quantum mechanics, did you have the desire, the ability and the time to engage with it, to understand it in order to explain that transformation? And if you wanted to do that, you should do that. So I think those doors just open, right? Like, again, coming back to the refrain that you have established for this conversation of possibilities, right? Like, the generation previous to mine across the world, and history of science is a very small discipline compared to most other disciplines, most of them came from degrees in science and then took to history of science. So history of science is offered as an undergraduate degree practically nowhere. It's almost always a postgraduate degree and then, a further research. And kind of grappling with the internalist, externalist aspects, being told that that wasn't a particularly meaningful boundary to engage with, etc. And being a small community, understanding that, things were possible. If you wanted to understand, you should do it. You should sort of engage with it. You should pursue the questions you wanted to pursue. So I think that became very, very exciting. And then again, anger stepped in. Sometimes I imagine myself as, there's this character in the Moomin comics that Tove Jansson wrote. She's called Lillemy, or Little Mai, and she's like this angry person who's basically just walking around all the time. And I sometimes I think I'm her. And my anger was during my coursework. So I had come there telling myself, I'm done with the study of India. I do not want to engage with the frontiers of studying South Asia and India, because those questions I find I'm not able to engage with them in a way I want to engage with the study of India. And then anger was, of course, quite another thing, because I was sitting in coursework month after month on the 20th century history of science, on history of science and technology, history of engineering practice, urbanity and technology, range of, very, very interesting, fascinating courses. And there was no sign of India anywhere. And I mean, my generation at least grew up with, I would say, dare say our generation grew up at least with some knowledge of names of, people who practice science in India, right? I mean, I find that increasingly is to be less the case. I mean, I have colleagues who have, no idea of who Vikram Sarabhai was or Satish Dhawan was or whatnot. But our generation, in a way, grew up with those names, right? And I'm like, okay, I don't know the history of science in India. I haven't really read contemporary history of science in India, but there are these people. Where are they? Did they do work of absolutely no consequence? At least Raman should be there. He did, work of consequence. So very, very preliminary questions about why is this all, again, articulating it in hindsight, why is all of this only Anglo-American? And when history of science did show up, it was all about imperial science, and it was all from the imperial archive too. So not just imperial history, but imperial history as written from the imperial archive, right? So people going to the British Library or the National Archives of India, looking at those records, largely up until 1950, most until about 1945, 47. And then, science as tool of empire, dominance by design, that kind of scholarship, right? Like, and again, not walking for countries like India, not walking out of that trap, if I may say so, of rewriting the same history again and again and again, case studies of the same or instances of the same argument. I'm not saying it's a trivial argument. I'm not saying it's an unimportant argument or episode. But there is only so much to gain by way of insight if you're not interested in a particular niche, be it archaeology, be it zoology, be it botany. Unless you're interested in one of those, you're learning by way of abstraction the self-same thing. Science in India, science in imperial India, is an argument about colonialism. It's an argument about oppression. It's an argument of seeking that then as an intellectual tool for liberation, right? So tired on two fronts, or angry on two fronts, which is, why is this story so, only Anglo-American? And why is the story of India that of empire, or then of history of mathematics, which, people like David Pingree and Kim Flocker and others have written, very, very robust histories of good, based on good archives, good documents, etc. So, reliable histories of mathematics especially, and astronomy of India, which predated the imperial times and then imperial India. Nothing after that. It was tiring. The only places where I found histories of technology and some mention of science in India were in discourses on development and defense. Right? Like, so defense meaning stories of the Indian bomb or the Indian space program, not really sort of robust histories so much, but nonetheless pretty good sort of, accounts of the same. And largely then in the development discourse about what, on both sides, what dams were meant to do and what dams did, right? Like, so critique of the attempts at sort of what James Scott and others have called, the Stalinist model of massive projects, massive dams, massive steel plants, that kind of thing. And then why that was, and then on the other hand, scholars like Amitabh Bhaskar and others, and many others who spoke about what that meant on the ground, displacement, disenfranchisement, and, Mahesh Rangarajan and others, destruction of the environment and increasingly biodiversity, etc. So that is where where I found science and technology in the study of India available, in the available scholarship on contemporary India. When I read just to give you an example, one of the books that we read for the course on 20th century history of science and technology was called Lawrence and the Laboratory, and it's an important book for me because of cyclotrons. And when you read that book, you understand that science operates like a range of things of that scale. And, one might ask what those are. I think food is one, etc., which cuts across things, but it registers of statecraft, which is not quite the same thing as policy. And so policy, institutions, professional societies, laboratory, individuals, right? Like not necessarily as a hierarchy, but, and it is realized through all of these registers. And when you read Lawrence in the Laboratory, you understand what the Second World War meant for someone working in a lab wanting to bombard targets with, some kind of beam or the other, right? Or what kind of arguments they made to even get the equipment to be able to bombard particles. What relationship that had to the atomic bomb, for example. So it was politics, geopolitics, scientific practice, curiosity, discovery, ambition, career, disappointment, demoralization, factory-like organization of the lab, changing practice, changing funding, industry, what is not there. Because it takes all of that to do it. Right? It's not a genius who finds his path. It's not a bunch of geniuses who find their path. It's not an institution that allows. It's not a funding agency that creates. It's the convergence of all of these registers and slices that occupy those registers that make science possible. And science is not research alone. It's also education. It's also, going into industrial labs and producing bombs, but also other things. It's producing reactors and energy. It's exhilarating, right? Like when you find out all of this, it's like, oh my God, this is nuts. And it's the same with Leviathan and the Pump. When I read the book, right? It's like, oh my God, this guy's a mathematician. Why didn't I know that before?
I didn't know that before.
Right? I took 3 degrees in politics. I still didn't know, right? It's crazy. So in that class, then I'm asking myself, surely, even if no Nobel Prize or a bomb came out of it, something like this must have happened in India too. And then started that journey. And I went to a conference on scientific instruments of the Scientific Instruments Commission, where I met the man I eventually married. And we were talking about equipment, and I was like, oh my God, this is an interesting way to talk about things, because then I don't have to talk about people and institutions, which is how we are used to telling stories. Then that instrument embodies everything, right? It embodies like the people, the institutions, the funders, the possibility that you can make it at all. What's in the market and not the nuts and bolt that you spoke about, right? Like the inches and the millimeters. I mean, everything comes together in an instrument, right? Like, let's focus on that. And that was sort of my, yes, I'm going to do this kind of thing, right? Like, and I remember talking on the phone to Roland, who's now my husband, about this. And I was like, yeah, and I had that, in the United States, they use these yellow legal paper writing pads, right? And I remember writing on it fiercely with my big yellow pencil. Like, yes. And I remember circling the word cyclotron. Right? Like, and I was like, that's what I have to do. And then I started the journey. I forgot to mention one thing. Just before the cyclotron. The first summer, so I'd zeroed in on the instrument bit. And I came to, because, so this is what, right? Like, we talk about shrunken imaginations. And shrunken is not necessarily in a bad way. They are constrained because, you at the end of the day are victim of what you learn and what you're exposed to. So I went to something called the Central Scientific Instruments Organization in Chandigarh. And since you're from Chandigarh, you'll probably know it. You don't?
No idea whatsoever. Okay.
It was set up in the 60s, just after the India-China border event, when it was acutely realized by both the political and the defense leadership that India lacked electronics building capacity. And so the Swiss came in and helped set up CSIO, or Central Scientific Instruments Organization. So I went there to do my research. I was like, yes, this is instruments, as obvious as it and literal as it gets. And there's the war and there's, all of this. And so what did they make, etc. So there I go. I write an email. I get an email saying, please come in, whatever. So I go. I spend 2 days in the library looking at things. They don't have an archive, obviously, like most other institutions, unfortunately, in India. And I'm finding sort of, older annual reports, older things. I'm trying to kind of put things together, which is how I understood why it was set up at all, etc. And how they organized sort of in the first couple of years, large conferences with defense personnel, industry personnel, okay, what do we need, how do we do it, etc. Not much detail, but still enough to kind of build up that story. Third day, I get called by someone in the administration saying, like, okay, so, so I say hello, and, they're like, so who are you, what are you doing? So I said, as I stated, I'm doing my PhD, I'm in history of science and technology, Acha. I still remember his face. He said, I'll say it in Hindi first. हमने तो politely लिख दिया आ जाइए. अब आ गई. So it's like, and I was just stunned because he was expecting me to not be there, and he did not think it was appropriate of me to want to delve into the history of CSIO. So I went back empty-handed that year, and I was broken because I was like, if there are no archives, if this is what's going to happen, what am I going to write? As it turns out, after that, the episode with the conversation with Roland happened, and I went to meet him in Norway, which is where he lived at that point of time in the summer. There was a visiting professor from TIFR at the Norwegian University of Science and Technology. We met him. Oh, he said, come to TIFR. I'll introduce you to a few people and you can talk to them. So the first door opened that summer. And then, so his name was Sariraj Ramadurai. That door opened, then some other doors opened, and some other doors opened, and some other doors opened. And eventually, lots of doors opened. And, I mentioned Krishnan's papers I got from his son. The TIFR archives were just being established. ISC archives were being established. Begged, borrowed, got permission from DAE to photocopy. Just sort of, So spent about close to 2 years after that just going from place to place to place, collecting papers, collecting, whatnot. And the long and short of this story is I ended up working on India, which I wanted to run away from in the first instance, but it seemed like a worthwhile thing to do. I studied, 6 labs because I was so afraid that there wouldn't be enough material to write a full thesis. As it turns out, I didn't have to. It was sort of the story nicely built itself. But I think also that story became apparent because I knew what came after, right? Like, so that allowed me to sort of seal the story because those stories reflected back on the first 3 who tried to do experimental nuclear physics. So yeah, so that's sort of the story of sinking into the bog sounds a bit negative, but basically that's how I sort of just happily drowned into that world, and I still am, actually, because I still love it. I still get very, very excited when I find something new. Yeah, and I still like I often say to my team, I still burn for it, right? Like it's something I want to do. I still there's still a book that I want to write, for which I've done a monograph, for which I've done the research, but I simply haven't found the time to write, which is a biography of a statistical method.
Wow.
Called D2, Mahalanobis distance, basically. And that was, in fact, actually what I would have done for my PhD if this had not worked out. So, yeah.
I'm just so struck by, earlier also you spoke about the role of contingency.
Yes.
And in a parallel universe, there is another Jahnavi who didn't go to that instruments conference and meet Roland, and therefore wasn't in Norway where she could have met this TIFR guy. And so your professional life and your personal life and everything is completely different. So yeah, in that parallel universe, and I wonder what will happen when the two of you meet. And I'm just thinking that if there's a film ever made about cyclotrons, and of course you made one, but if there's a feature film or an OTT, and the outer frame of that is your search, your journey into cyclotrons, the first shot of that could just be of a hand writing something on that yellow paper.
Yeah.
And then the camera zooms in as you circle the word cyclotron. So that's like so sort of cinematic. And I'll try to sort of phrase what I understood of your love for this, and tell me if my paraphrasing is correct. That whereas academia, as you spoke earlier, is broken into all these different silos where you specialize, and that's it, and it's boring and dull, and you're and everything is a trap, in the words Roland used, and everything is a trap. But what is exciting about the history of science is that you can embrace the complexity it involves because it is not a silo. Because if you're talking science, you are talking politics, you're talking geopolitics, you're talking colonialism, you're talking political economy, you're talking everything.
Yes.
Right? And that complexity then becomes incredibly exciting. And therefore my assumption is that part of the frustration someone like you and someone like me would feel if you're doing something too narrow is that it's too narrow, right? And here it is a new field, and B, you can embrace that complexity. You can go where no one has gone before. You can find your own lenses. You can sort of go past those lenses. Is that a correct way of?
I think that, yes, I would agree with that. I mean, this is, of course, not to say that, people who are excited by narrow work shouldn't do that, or that's somehow not valuable. I mean, we have incredibly valuable things that come out of someone, just obsessively looking for something and then finding it, right? Looking for something and finding something else, actually, usually, but that they do it, right? So I think that's fine. It's just that doesn't, as I found out, that doesn't excite me, but also sort of the narrowness of certain questions, because one can do even politics differently. I mean, a study of politics differently. So yeah, yes, I think the newness of it, but I mean, it's been 23 years now since I moved to history of science. So, that it's been a long time, and I haven't felt the trap, right? It still feels full of potential. There are still doors, unopened. I lament all the time that, it's not possible to do enough of it in India. I mean, in fact, there are times when I have said, and I believe in it, in fact, what they should have asked me to develop was a center for the history of science, and not a center for the public engagement with science. Because I think that would have also kept me. I mean, there's a different joy I find in this, and there's a different sense of, as you said, I know this work needs to be done, and it's incredibly valuable, no matter to what extent it gets realized. But so is history of science. I think we are so ill-informed about even things that have happened in this country that there are consequences to it, right? Like to not know about the Indian Association for Cultivation of Science.
Which I heard about the first time when I was watching one of your talks. Yeah, I'd never heard of it before. Early 20th century. There's so much vibrant stuff happening, and I had no idea.
And the confidence with which, in a way, people occupied the House of Science, so to speak, right? And demolished some of its walls and put up some shelves and, put curtains on the windows and, warmed up some meal or cooked something new, made a garden, that's how they occupied that world. Today, it's like we are renting this space somehow, and it feels a bit. Of course, there are always, one has to be careful. There are always good people no matter what you do. At the scale at which this country is, there are, of course, good people. There are islands of excellence, and there are people, who are in sort of good by any standard you want to use. But for the bulk of it, it's astonishingly sad and mediocre.
Is it also the case that another attraction of doing something like this is not just the fact that you're not in a silo asking a narrow question, but also the fact that because it's a new field, there are no academic fashions or conventions that you have to cater to.
Yeah.
Like within academia, I think what often happens is that there are periods of time which are dominated by certain fashions. Like today, I think if you want to get funding,
Yes.
the easiest thing to do is maybe put climate change somewhere in the
Yes.
title or funding will
Absolutely.
gaya. Not that that's not an area one should study, but you get what I'm saying.
Yes, absolutely.
And those fashions can get constricting in terms of what is fashionable to fund, and the fashions of what lens to use to look at something can also get constricting. And is that also part of the attraction, that because this is a new field,
Yeah.
you are in a sense charting your own territory?
Absolutely. And not only that, it's a young field in itself, and therefore you can open a lot more doors. The study of India in this field is very small. In the paradigm of studying imperial science, India is one more instance of, whatever. So, but the specificity of what science in India means is possible to do now. And, there are very, very, very few of us doing that. So it's exciting. Even in the relatively young field, what we are doing is even newer, right? And so, absolutely, it's lonely at times, and you also get asked questions that you wouldn't be asked if you were working on America or Europe, as my colleague would call ethnographical questions, right? Like, so I still remember when I submitted my manuscript for publication, a very well-established scholar in history of science wrote the review and actually told me that they wrote the review. It's supposed to be blind. The question was, Phalkey fails to explain why physicists in Fiji, India, and I forget the third place, Turkey it was, I think, should want to do and think the same like physicists in America or Europe. Right?
God, what a joke.
It was like a kick in the stomach, because there are the layers of assumptions in a question of that kind are actually tremendous, right? And it also alerts you to what people who do science in India confront as well, right? So I think that empathy I developed from the kind of responses I got from the kind of history I do. In fact, historians of science who work on India have in one of the in one of the reviews of my book accused me of identifying too much with the scientists I wrote about, and basically not critical enough. And by critique they mean criticism and not critique, in my opinion, in any way. So is my reading of the claim in any way. So here's the thing, right? Like, so it's like you demand a cultural explanation, primarily a cultural explanation in history. So a senior colleague of mine, in fact, edited an encyclopedia of the history of non-Western, well, science in non-Western cultures. I mean, the never mind the sort of sad title of the book that one has to work with, and she had to work with. She started her presentation of that volume by saying there's history of science of the West and the rest is anthropology. Because you're essentially studying Indians doing science or people doing science elsewhere as a curiosity, as something that has to be culturally explained, not historically. Right? So you're looking for the primacy of culture in wanting to understand anything about India. So the study of India is ethnographic. The study of the West is historical, right? And I think she hit the nail on the head, because the kind of questions I got from scholars in Europe and America, it was always, why should this matter to the history of science? That's the question you need to answer, Jahnavi. And I was like, why does... So the parameters have been set elsewhere, and you have to always establish the relevance of what happened in India against those parameters. You're measuring everything against those parameters. And I think those were some of the reasons why I made the film the way I made it as well, because it was... So when someone asked me, by then I'd calmed down a bit in terms of my anger. Who's your audience? That's the first question people ask you. Well, at least asked me when I made my film. And I said, I don't quite know. I have a story to tell, and I want to tell it in a particular way. And I want to find out who's willing to listen. Because if I had pitched it to a funding agency, or if I had decided on my audience, then who am I making it for? It would be then the story of the two tubes that are left, and the sad demise of an instrument, or the afterlife of an American instrument, or I don't even know what, right? For me, what was important to tell was, what does everyday science look like in a regional university in India? Because that's what science looks like every single where. It's sometimes some people manage to find important things, make interesting things. But for the most part, it's day after day struggles, resources, those kind of things, right? Of course, if you make a film about a cyclotron at the TIFR or the Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, it would look slightly different. But as you find out from my book, the instrument maker group in TIFR also struggled. So, I think, another paradigm would have been a hand-me-down machine from America to India. I was not interested in playing up that angle, also because this wasn't the only story. Within the United States, machines were handed down from one university to another. Instruments went to Mexico, went to Chile, went to Croatia, went to Greece, So this kind of a moral economy of gifting away equipment that could be used by someone else is there. What's interesting about that, right? I did write a little piece about what's interesting about that gift as well, because I think, Marcel Mauss talks about it, right? Like, gifts, in a way, seek to establish reciprocity, like a relationship of reciprocity. So when you get a gift, you return a gift. You participate in that exchange. And I was wondering, right, like, if this is a gift, because it was not sold to India, the cyclotron, to Hans and his colleagues and his position, right? One can't even say India, right? What was it? Like, what was it they were expecting to, if not expected to, return? And I think the only thing I can say as of now is that it's the act of belonging, right? Like, you gift this to us and we reciprocate by conducting research, inquiry and debate on the terms that your instrument now sets, right? So we come to belong, we come to participate, right? And that's the reciprocity this gift seeks, which is one of setting the terms of inclusion.
I think a more benign interpretation of this possibly could be that there is something that you don't need and it's just taking up space, and you give it away as an act of goodwill, thereby feeling good about your own generosity, and that itself is a reward for what you're doing. Like, when I shifted house, I gave away a few hundred books because Bombay, not enough space, and my books just keep accumulating. And there's no reciprocity there. I just gave it to the first group of people who asked for them. When I was clearing up my dad's house, in fact, I had to sell. He had some 7,000 books, and I had to give them away. And the first library which asked for them, I just gave it to them, right? And it's not that there is any reciprocity, but it is that, hey, I need to get rid of this. It's a convenient way. That's number one. And number two, I guess, is that it's also self-aggrandizement, because when you do something that could be called generous, it is also an act of the ego, because you can feel good about yourself.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would not rule out any of those things. But at the same time, I think I mean, because I met Harry Fulbright, the person who was behind the gifting of the cyclotron to Hans and his colleagues. So all of this accrues, of course. They did not need the instrument anymore. They felt good, no doubt, Fulbright and his colleagues, about giving away the cyclotron. But I do think there is that the expectation was one of participation, right? Like, so what are we making possible? And that's part of the aggrandizement, argument that you're making. It was also, there was a lot of goodwill also, right? Like, I mean, Fulbright, was a very, how should I put it? I hate to say humble these days, because I recently read Rodrigo Marquez's book, Farewell to Gabo and Mercedes, which he wrote after he lost his parents, in which he has a striking line where he says, "After all, humility is my preferred form of vanity." So I wouldn't call him that, but I think there was that, like you said earlier about all these men, unfortunately only men, who find a drive in doing the work they do, and then finding out that you now giving away the cyclotron is going to make it possible for some others to do that thing. There was some of that, right? Like there was a lot of that, in fact. And so he also came to India, spent considerable amounts of time, got grants to make a vacuum chamber for people in Chandigarh, etc. So he did all of that too. But again, I mean, I will not rule out the sort of more mundane parts of what gifting away something that you no longer need can involve. But also, at the same time, sort of acknowledge that there is that element of making something possible, that element of, okay, this is really going to be good because now they're going to, because he took students that who were trained on the cyclotron then in Rochester, worked hard to establish an exchange program and things like that, right? Like, so put a lot of things in place to enable Chandigarh become, a place for doing experimental nuclear physics in the university in India, where it was not happening pretty much anywhere else other than in the Department of Atomic Energy facilities.
Fair enough. Everything is complex and multifactorial.
Absolutely.
And I was, everything that you just said before that bit about all the questions that you had to face about sort of history versus anthropology and all of that. And I can totally understand your anger. Like elsewhere, you've also spoken of the burden of location.
Yes.
Where you and a Western colleague can do the same damn course in the history of science.
Yes.
But then when you come to India, you are a historian of science in India.
Yes.
And they're just a historian of science
Yes.
doing whatever
Yes.
the hell they are doing. And I don't know whether this is an Orientalist gaze which is imposing those narratives upon you, or they've just put you in a box. It's this whole patronizing, condescending nonsense, and I would really be pissed off. And I think that the way out of something like that, like what I think of most academia and certainly the humanities, as a kind of giant circle jerk where everybody is speaking to each other and there's no interface with the real world, and very often there is no relevance to the real world either. Right. And I think that that's a tragedy, because many good minds, I think, are trapped playing that game because of the incentives involved, and getting out is important. And therefore, when you manage to get out, and when you write a book like this, or when you make a film like Cyclotron, I think that's incredibly important, because my answer to the question of what is the audience for it would be that I am not just looking at my audience in space across geography. I am looking at my audience across time. I am making it forever. 20 years later, people will watch it and they will know. It is not that no one did something about this. These stories were told. And I think that is invaluable in and of itself, right?
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. No, I agree with you. I mean, that coming out of, the expectations, right? I mean, I was never comfortable with them, as as I indicated by walking out on my first PhD program. I think that humanities and social sciences education and research in India is so. It's again. I mean, I'm not going to say it's complex, because obviously I don't know anything that isn't. So on the one hand, if you look at scholarship produced in India that has informed world scholarship on certain areas, that has been in the humanities and social sciences, right? So the subaltern school, post-colonial theory and thinking came from India, right? And people are now looking at have been looking at studying Africa, parts of Latin America, and previously colonized countries through those lenses. So, the success of scholarship from the humanities and social sciences that grew out of India and Indians, that has informed and set the agenda for world debates, has come from here and is about here. Not so much in the natural sciences, not so much in the engineering sciences. Right? I mean, the humanists and social scientists of India are ruling American academia, have ruled Indian academia for some time. I mean, it's now no longer the case. So there's that part. Second, in India, there are like about 2.5 places where one can do that kind of research and obtain that kind of education, right? There are 2 central universities, the Jawaharlal Nehru University, Hyderabad Central University, and maybe a few departments here and there. Like Bombay had an excellent economics department at some point. Pune has had an excellent gender studies unit, for example. So you'll find units, again, islands here and there, which again do excellent work. But where else? Where else do you go to do good research and be trained to be able to do good research in the humanities and social sciences in India? I mean, it's a tragedy. The quality of education is so poor. I mean, I didn't attend a single class when I did my master's degree, a single class. Because I just didn't think I was getting anything out of it. I spent all the time reading whatever I wanted, not even wanted, whatever I found actually, and could lay my hands on. So we are underserving ourselves by doing this. So this is the thing, right? I mean, it's ironic almost, right? Like not in the Alanis Morissette way, hopefully, but yeah. So there's that, and then coming to the content of what scholars in the humanities and social sciences do, I still think we are writing for a significant portion or proportion of the work that is produced in these disciplines on India is in the service of imperial and colonial history still. Because that's the archive that's available. You get a scholarship, you go to the British Library, you spend a significant amount of time there, you meet a number of interesting people, you get to talk, the documents are well produced, they are brought to you to your table. You come back, you sit in your room, you write a book, you're ready for the world. Can't do that for contemporary history, right? Just can't do it. And we are no longer in the position which social scientists of the, say, 80s were in, where you could do social science by sort of, talking to people, conducting surveys, those kinds of things, right? Like that's all history now. We are 75 years after independence. So even if we look at the rule, that thumb rule of, 30 years before, I mean, the archives closed for about 30 years prior to, and we're still, close to 50 years of history after independence, which needs to be written, and nobody knows how and where to find the documents to write that history. And so we remain obsessed with questions that build a layer upon what needs to be studied without actually having strong roots in the empirical material that is being studied, because we have very, very poor archives, databases, And it's hard. It's really hard. 2 months in the archive versus 1.5 to 2 years going from place to place to place. It's also resource intensive. I mean, I had 2 grants to be able to do what I did. I got a grant from the American Institute for Indian Studies, which in fact uses the old PL 480 money, the loan money that India returned, and a grant from the National Science Foundation in the United States. 2 massive grants. And at that point, when they were pretty big. In 2003, I got some $13,000 from the NSF, and I got, I think, something comparable or even more from the American Institute to do my research in India and elsewhere. Where do you bring that kind of money from, right, if you don't get the grants? And so I think these are some of the sort of structural reasons why scholarship in the humanities and social sciences finds it hard to engage with things on the ground. Apart from sort of, it's, I think we are also, just to very shallowly pick up Amartya Sen's book title, we are argumentative Indians, we like to pontificate, and if we can sit and, discursively address an issue like we would in an adda, why not? And we do it, right? I'm not saying there's no depth to that thought, but what you're talking about, the missing sort of deep engagement with stuff on the ground, right? Like, I have to agree with you, is missing. Yeah.
I think of there being as different ways in which we carry out the pursuit of knowledge. And one way, like if you're carrying out a serious pursuit of knowledge maybe 50 years ago, the best way to do so obviously is to, do your MA, do your PhD, do all of that, study the thing, do all of that. Today, I feel that in many ways, like across fields, what I see is that the mainstream is collapsing everywhere, across media, across the creator economy, across cinema, across perhaps nation states. If we look at what globalization is doing, the mainstream is collapsing everywhere. There is a lag between new institutions and structures coming up to take its place. So there is this sort of period of free floating chaos. But the mainstream crumbling also means that, across all of these, the tools of publishing and expression are open to everyone.
Yes.
The gatekeepers do not exist anymore. You are not restricted anymore by form or silos or fashions. And just in terms of the pursuit of knowledge, it has become so possible for anyone to learn anything today if they are connected to the internet. Now, obviously, there are limits to this. Obviously, if you're doing a serious academic discipline like anthropology or history, there are methodological ways and you actually have to go through the program and all that. Accepted. But by and large, I feel that earlier, that system with gatekeepers was closed off to everyone but the privileged who could somehow get access and enter those whom circumstances favored. While today, I think anybody can learn about anything to a certain extent, right? Like I keep talking in wonder about how Robert Sapolsky, the great biologist who wrote Behave and many other books, he's got a series of incredible biology lectures that he gave at Harvard or wherever he teaches on YouTube for free for everyone to pick up. There are so many things I've taught myself, though not in an academic sense, but just useful things, just by going online and doing a course or looking at explainer videos and all of that. I'm guessing that your friend Tanya, who edited the film, learned editing herself, which you can today, and did not have to, do a course in it or something. The finest illustration of this is, I'm currently teaching myself editing using something called DaVinci Resolve. And DaVinci Resolve in 2000 today is free and you can download it to your PC or Mac. And it is a brilliant editing suite, a plus color grading tool. 12 years ago, it was only a color grading tool. Guess how much it cost in 2010?
2010. No, I wasn't making my film then, so I don't know. But several lakhs, I'm guessing, right?
$800,000, and you had to buy a special machine for it. And all of Hollywood would do their color grading there. Bollywood films would add to their budget because they would send films for color grading there. Today, everyone can, like, I'm sitting in front of you with a laptop, it's on this laptop, right? So everything is so, this is just one example of the increased accessibility. And therefore, if I take a step back and take another step back and just think about, people want to know about the world, pursuit of knowledge. And earlier, there were these narrow, limited ways with restricted access through which you could pursue those paths. And now I see that there are, in different ways, more paths opening up, more ways to learn, right? And what you're trying to do with the science gallery is also a part of that. You're saying that you don't have to come within a university structure. You don't have to be a science person or a arts person and stay in your lane, and you're an engineer, you can't date a poet, etc., etc. Just come together. Let's play freely, have fun, and all of that. So what are sort of your
Yeah. So I'll take as much as my memory allows. I'll pick up a few words from what you said. And so you're absolutely right about the restrictions, right? Like, so I'll come to narrowness in a second, but I've said this earlier and I'll say this again. We especially, across the world, but we especially in India have been comfortable for millennia with the idea that knowledge belongs to only some people. And so that is also why we can comfortably live with that, and we've lived comfortably with that. So I think that the gatekeeping was there, and gatekeeping is there today too, right? And it plays out in different ways, of course, because no two times are alike. So it's there, and I will celebrate the breakdown of any gatekeeping activity, because I just don't think knowledge is a public good, knowledge is a common, and it belongs to everybody, and everybody should have access to it. Absolutely no doubt. The narrowness is a tricky one. So, I myself have struggled against it. That having said, there is value to inquiry that is very, very focused. I want someone to understand how the shoulder muscle in a female body works differently from a shoulder muscle in a male body. I want someone to desperately understand that, because when they perform a surgery on my shoulder, they don't have to, but if they do, I'd want it to be done properly. And therefore, I want them to spend years and months understanding why the anatomies differ, right? How the anatomies differ, and therefore how the surgery needs to be done. And so I think there is value to that. There is value, of course, also to be able to step out of that and see something for its whole, because the muscle is not ending at my shoulder, right? It's wrapped around my shoulder blade. And effectively my entire muscular structure is embedded. And why we've seen how interventions that are highly siloed actually have sometimes very bad consequences and unintended ones. So it would be good for someone to understand then at the second stage after the surgery why this might be attended to in a particular way. So I think there's value to both, and we must pay attention to that. The third thing is access, and therefore feeds back to the first point, which is, yes, access, wonderful. I think access functions differently for us, differently in time, right? Like you and I have been through reasonably rigorous education, as painful as it might have been, as much as I didn't attend class, as much as all of that.
You
right?
overestimate my education. I did a BA in English literature, and I attended 4 classes in my 3 years of doing that.
Yeah,
so
I understand.
Not remotely rigorous.
Okay, but there was a structure to it, right? Like there's something there. So all I'm trying to say is that not all. One limited point that I want to make here is that structure allowed us to think about knowledge in a particular way, in ridiculous ways, which include peer learning, reading, the kind of sources we looked at, discernment, judgment, critical judgment, are skills we picked up along the way. I'm not saying that these skills come only from education. They can come from elsewhere. Farming communities have them. That's just to pick up a very random example. Potters have it. But
Podcasters have them.
Podcasters have them too. It's that skill across activities is something you develop because you are told that in this time period of your life you're going to learn, right? And so all sorts of things happen, right? So if at 15 I access Michael Sandel's lectures, or whose lectures did you speak about? Sapolsky's lectures. And a flat earther's lectures, I might not necessarily have the tools to differentiate, because now the medium is the same. If I have production quality, which, like you said, now everybody has production quality. On my iPhone, I can make a pretty decent movie. Then, if you haven't had the opportunity to consider in a structured manner what discernment, what judgment, what knowing one thing from the other, right? The difference. I'm not even saying good, better, best, whatever. The difference of one from the other, and why that difference might matter. If you don't have that, the availability of all of these resources is in fact a hindrance, right? I mean, if, of course, growing up in a family with a piano, as the Swedes say, I will know that Michael Sandel is at Harvard, and, the flat earther is sitting in some corner in, I don't know which place to diss now, but,
Fictional place. Let us leave real places out.
Absolutely. Yeah. Sitting in a fictional place and, generating high quality, not high quality, high production quality online material. How do I tell, right? And then that fight becomes all the more difficult, because every story is not equal. All material put out in the public domain is not equal. How do you create the ability for judgment, right? And I think that, I'm not necessarily saying therefore go back to the classroom. All I'm saying is that how do we create in the public domain the ability for discernment? I mean, and it comes from all sorts of places. It comes from family, it comes from journalism. But with everything, as you say, in a way on the decline, the world over, right? Like this is not even India specific. And everybody having the tools of amplification for their opinions and their judgments. It's hard to find place for an argument that is already complicated, right? Like we're like, yeah, but yes, but no, but yes, but no, but nobody's going to listen. Nobody's got the time. I mean, so I think it becomes all the more harder. And so, yes, knowledge is a common. Yes, knowledge must be in the public domain, but so should we have the ability, if not institutions, to create, I don't know what, to enable the development of discernment, of judgment, of discretion,
So one, I'd say that I wasn't implying that there's a dichotomy. I was just celebrating that there is also this.
Yes.
And I'd also sort of add a counterpoint to your, Sandal versus flat earther example and say that, that's in a sense cherry-picked examples, because
completely.
Academics has been so wrong in critical, consequential ways about so many things. Like,
yes, absolutely.
The classic example that comes to mind is nutrition, where you had these dangerous studies in the 50s and 60s by people like Ansel Keys, and there was another guy at Harvard whose name I forget, funded by the sugar lobby, which led to dietary guidelines being instituted by whatever the government organization was in 1977, and your obesity epidemic starts then, because what they're basically saying is sugar is fine, fat is poison, and it is the other way around. It is sugar, but is poison. And I forget what has happened to the rest of the world becoming obese. I know this viscerally because at the end of 2021, I was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. And at the end of 2022, I had reversed it through diet, doing the exact opposite of what the entire academic field had a scientific consensus on, quote unquote, as little as 15 years ago. Right? And it is great that in the marketplace of ideas, there can be new voices which can challenge those sort of... And a similar, for example... place where academics was wrong and consequentially wrong is perhaps in that ridiculous belief that population is a problem, that population density is a problem. And it had a consequence because the Ford Foundation, when they came to India in the 50s and the 60s, they were pushing for population control and so on and so forth. And it was such conventional wisdom that then Sanjay Gandhi did the horrendous, monstrous things that he did. This thing, and I've written various pieces about it, and I keep talking about it, but people are brains, not stomachs, right? Population density is great. That is why people go to cities where population density is far greater, and so are opportunities and all of that. So just kind of pet rants. And I think it's incredibly important, therefore, that there is a marketplace of ideas.
Absolutely.
And like you said, what we need to discern that a flat earther or an anti-vaxxer is talking nonsense is a scientific temperament. And what is at least happening is that I believe that many more people have access to learning about the scientific temperament and what it involves now than they did in previous ages, where a bunch of people who went to universities would know about Popper and falsifiability, but nobody else. So
no, I mean, look, asking important questions asking critical questions is extremely important. Like asking questions of this research that you spoke about on nutrition and diets, right, is extremely important. I mean, and therefore those questions. I mean, you're right. I picked up examples at the extremes only to make a point. But those questions need to be asked of academic research too. In fact, that is what drives.
But here's the thing, academics can't ask those questions. Everyone who questioned that consensus at that time, that sugar is fine and fat is the problem, they were hounded out of academia.
And I think the more critical. So what is the answer to this question, right? Like, so a colleague, senior colleague Naomi Oreskes wrote a book called Merchants of Doubt, which spoke, among other things, of the tobacco industry, for example, or also the debates around climate change, for example, right? Like, and talking about how, the sort of complicated coming together of industry, of research, of academia, right? And consequential, as you very rightly point out. So so your fundamental point that accessibility makes that critical view possible is absolutely essential. And I mean, it's wonderful that we will be able to do that. My thing is that how do you enable that asking that question, right? Like, just because that information is available doesn't mean you're going to be able to ask that question, right? And I think so there, I think, I mean, academia has its own fault. Researchers have their own faults. So I think, I mean, that's what drives my, in a way, desire to create an institution like Science Gallery. Is, I mean, we keep saying, for example, one of the things, I mean, what does it mean to bring science back into culture is to enable asking critical questions, right? Like, ask, when you're given a vaccine, right? Like, what are the right questions to ask? It's not about, I'm going to take this vaccine or not take this vaccine. It's like, who made it? When was it made? Why was it made? Who's participating? Who's funding? How many trials? What is the norm for trials? How do you establish the protocol of questions to ask, and then look for that corresponding information? When not available, ask for it, So I think that needs to happen in the public domain, right? And it's wonderful that it's happening. That research is no longer, that the research pathway is no longer lab to papers to clinic. I mean, in the case of medically relevant research, and then clinic to, the RX that you get, and then you go to the pharmacy, and that's that, right? Like, where and occasionally articles in press. I mean, there are professions like art critic, film critic. Where is the science critics, right? Like, why don't we think that is even a potentially useful profession to have? I mean, it almost sounds like what you're talking about. Science critic? It sounds like, you want to promote anti-vax. No, I mean, if you can accept film criticism, if you can accept art criticism, if you can accept food criticism, why can't you accept science criticism? Right?
I think one of the key structural problems there in big media, and I'll tell you exactly why you cannot have a science critic, is that a science critic would have to, at some level, know a lot about science, right?
Or want to find out
about science. And the problem is, because of the way the media industry is structured today, more and more media houses are, the journalists are generalists. There are all those pressures of volume. If you have to do one story every day, one day you do science, next day you go and interview some influencer and blah, blah, blah. And the way the structure, and beats are disappearing. Earlier you'd have those beats, you'd have your science beat, you'd have your whatever beat. There are a few people like Priyanka Pulla, and there are other, journalists who are like, she writes about the medical industry and so on and so forth. So you have a few people like that in a few places, but by and large, they are disappearing. But anyone can still go out there and make those critiques, which is great. You don't have to depend on the mainstream media. But the other problem, and here I'll take a negative view, is that we are perhaps today engaged in deep narrative battles when nobody knows what the hell is true, what the hell is
Yeah,
false. It's
yeah.
too much for a common person to figure out, yaar. If you tell me that, hey, male shoulder is different from female shoulder in this way, and somebody else will say, no, a shoulder is a shoulder.
You don't know what
And
to
a
do.
third person will say, its problem is not with your shoulder, it's your gut bacteria. And it's just way too much. I can't figure out what's happening. Fourth guy will say, use blockchain. So,
Yeah. No, absolutely. Absolutely. You're totally right. I mean, it's and it's also this bombardment, right? Like of opinions that people have. And so in a sense, what you're left with is, I mean, how do I sift through all of this? How do I parse what is meaningful out of this? And I think that is hard work. Just like in journalism, you're saying, beats are disappearing, or dedicated sort of, people who will look at a particular domain are disappearing. I mean, it takes work. It takes work to establish that kind of reporting or writing. It takes work to establish that kind of judgment also in your own life, where when you have 20 different things being thrown at you. I mean, I guess there is no formula, but the first thing you probably sift through is what's relevant for me to think about now, or what's important or significant for me to think about now. And then sort of, follow that particular rabbit's trail, because otherwise there's just so much. I mean, it's like a camera, right? Like basically you've captured an image and there are a billion things in it. Where do I look? And I think
I recently bought this funky new camera called the Insta360. So it basically takes a 360-degree view. So I could set it up here, and it would take both of us, and it would take both of us in the same frame because, you can manipulate it that way, and it would take everything up and down. So it is exactly what you're talking about in an actual sort of sense.
And it's mad. It's absolutely mad, because I think even our sight functions because we are able to filter out many things that, we are not concerned with at that particular moment. Our eyes are drawn to certain things, and, we because of various sort of reasons, we are increasingly trying to make things easy, and I think we're losing a lot in that. And I think the thing that it takes effort, and that one has to go through discomfort, I think is something. Gosh, I sound like an old man.
Women can be men too.
Yeah,
So
I know.
I'll go on to sort of my next question, double clicking on what you said about we want to make things easy. People don't want to work hard, it takes hard work. And I think that can also come down to the way we look at history, where the classic danger for someone who hasn't studied history when they look at history is to commit the hindsight bias and assume that everything is inevitable. Because, we have to think about the future in a probabilistic way, but everything that has happened in the past, we think of it, I mean, it's happened 100% or it's happened 0%. So,
Yeah.
it was almost destined to be. And this is a mistake, as you have pointed out, that even historians make, that
Yes.
you have to be careful of avoiding teleological narratives as if everything was going in a particular way. You've quoted, with reference to the nuclear age, you've quoted Jeff Hughes as saying the nuclear age is only now coming to be understood as a contingent accomplishment rather than an inevitable outcome of scientific activity. Stop quote. And which tells you there are so many other things to bear on it, and not just what scientists are doing in their labs.
Yeah.
And you speak about how one of the misconceptions that you wanted to fight at the start of writing Atomic State was that the peaceful nuclear explosion of 1974 almost seemed to imply a teleological narrative that everything that was happening in nuclear physics in India was inevitably, inexorably going in that direction. And that is not true at all. It's an incredibly complex story, and you simply cannot boil it down to that. So tell me a little bit about then, as a historian, I guess there is a trade-off that obviously if you have any kind of rigor and you don't want to commit the mistake of deciding on a narrative before you even begin and, laying a framework down. But at the same time, you do need something to anchor you, I'm guessing. Or can you just enter the material and say that I'll just collect, and then things will form in my mind, and then I'll, So what is that process like? Because We've got great stories in your book, but what you've done is you've really embraced that complexity. I cannot, for example, skim the pages of your book and get a simple story, right, which I can put down in a paragraph. There's a lot of shit going on, and you've told those stories very lucidly and evocatively, and made some of those human beings really come alive. So thank you for that, because I enjoyed that. So what was that process like of learning to do history, learning to write, learning to think about history?
So I wasn't a historian when I started studying history of science, right? Like, so for proper historians, I'm not a proper historian.
Neither is Ramchandra Guha. It's okay. Credentialism is sinful.
Absolutely. But I mean, I don't know anyone else who works in the archive like he does. I mean, he's constantly in the archive. Amazing, really amazing. So it was, yeah. So I think writing history, if I now look back at, the little effort that I put into it, what emerges is that it's always striking a balance between what story is there to, identifying what story is there to tell, but always being aware of the fact that your criteria for relevance are going to be in conflict with what ideas of relevance and significance your historical actors had, right? And how do you then sort of establish a relationship between those two? Because there's no writing away either, right? Like, and there is no such thing as, you go to an archive, you find the documents, whatever, patchy documents you find, and then the story emerges, right? Because it doesn't. You go there because you chose to go there. You chose those documents because whatever. So in a sense, you are driving the story. One should never forget that. Your concerns arise from the present. One can't forget that. I mean, the quote that you generously read right now, it tells you why I wanted to write that book at all. And while I might have been somewhat successful in bringing out what they thought was relevant at that point of time, and therefore that, the bomb wasn't the only relevant thing, the fact that I wanted to tell the story is a very presentist concern, right? Like that story was even important for me to tell, or for us to want to consider important, is because something happened long after they were doing their work, right? Like, or at least 25 odd years after they started their work. So I think striking that balance between what was considered relevant by your historical actors and what you consider relevant, and being aware of the presentism that you bring to the table. Because it's not only about what I consider relevant, it's also, I'm a product of my time. I'm a creature limited by what I have learned and what I know. I mean, how dare I even presume that I will know what, like, 20 individuals at that point in time in history knew or wanted or considered relevant, right? Like, it's a great act of hubris to even think you can, right? So being aware of that is very, very important. But at the same time, wanting to do justice, right? Like, even when you critique someone, to be fair in your critique, right? Like, to not leave documents out, to not leave evidence out, right? I mean, I remember having a sort of very, very heated argument with a colleague of mine at Georgia Tech, who was writing about, well, the details don't matter, but essentially he wanted to leave one document out because he said, this is the only document where they mentioned that they wanted to run this thing as a business. I was like, how can you leave that out? You cannot. Not because I want to come down heavily on what you're writing about to say, it was a business. No, that's not. But that they were aware that this was potentially, among other things, also a business is not something you cannot. And so I think that's why, in a way, approaching the document with an answer is a bad thing. I mean, everybody will agree to that. But being aware of what potential answers you already have in your mind, right? Even after you say you won't do it, that is the battle. So I think, just sort of, and how do you call it? Just speaking about labor of doing history. I'm nuts about, how I manage the archival documents. So I get them all. I am a tree killer because I can't read online very happily. I'm just not able to. I need to scribble. I need to sort of organize, whatever. So I get archival documents. I maintain them the way they came from the archive, but I make photocopies of them. And then I organize all of them chronologically and mix it all up. And then I read them one after the other, because in time they happen one after the other. And then I sort of see what's happening, and in some cases when they're letters, they're answers to letters or references to letters from here to there, reports that mention letters, reports that mention people, and it kind of begins to fall in place. And I think, so that's sort of the starting point. And then what happens after that, I have no idea. But at the end of it is usually a chapter or a book. Yeah, but it's a lot of back and forth between the archival document and the paragraphs.
You have a kind of knowledge management system you use to...
I don't actually. This is my system. I've toyed several times with the idea of softwares and different kinds of tools, especially after most archives started allowing you to take photographs. And so you come back with tons of photographs, which means basically, earlier I at least understood my archive. Now I click pictures, I come back and I have no clue. Right? Because I'm like, okay, this file is relevant. I'm taking pictures, right? Like, whereas earlier you read, you take notes and, whatever. So I think that relationship with the archive is a little broken. The software, etc., might help organize, etc. I just, no, hasn't worked for me yet.
What you mentioned earlier about the argument you had with your colleague in Georgia, where you felt that he knew that there was this one document, but it didn't suit his narrative, so he wasn't going to include it. And that, of course, is really common in journalism, where journalists have much less time, much less rigor in India, much less training. So often they will decide on a narrative for a story. For example, you could decide you're going to do a hit job on someone, and you'll speak to 50 people and you'll quote the 5 people who have something bad to say about the person, and you leave the other 45 out. And what I am beginning to recommend and have written a piece about, and good data journalists like Rukmini S. and Pramit Bhattacharya do this, is that when they do a data story, they also do a data dump of all the background data they had, so that if the reader wants, she can go online herself and check that out. And I've recommended that journalists also do this. As long as you're not compromising someone's identity or off the record stuff or all of that, keeping that aside, you put everything out there so the reader can then judge. Yeah. So the reader can judge, is there a bias, is there a different way of constructing the story?
Yes.
And is that a practice? Do you think it should be a practice in, say, academia as well, where, for example, if you're writing a book and you've got 8,000 photocopies of things or photographs or whatever, that you also put it online with this thing, so that if someone else wants to go through the material and construct a narrative slightly differently, or find a nuance that perhaps you missed because there's so much material, that possibility kind of becomes open. And I think doing something like that would also set a good incentive for either journalists or the academics themselves, because they would know that scrutiny is much more possible. And therefore, any bias that there is a bias that you're practically declaring by putting all the background stuff online.
So, the sciences, they do that already, right? Like all experimental data usually is sort of, when they publish in journals, they put it for archives, it becomes difficult, right? Because the material is often either owned by or in copyright of archive, and sometimes you have to get permissions to access certain archives because they are not made open, etc. So in effect, it's not your property, right? Like, it's not data that you have generated; it's data that you've accessed. So it's hard to put it up like that. And in my case, say even for my film, right? Like, I've got hours of interviews with people. I'd have to seek their permission before I put it up online, and they speak about all sorts of things. So you never know what might come and haunt them later, etc. That having said, these archives are open, right? Like, just like I could access. Unless when you seek special permission and someone else is actually denied that permission for whatever reason, most archives are open, right? Like, especially, the European and the American ones are absolutely open. The Indian ones are a little more tricky to access. But some archives are. And you can look up those documents. So if you're interested, you always can find that. Although in India, again, we haven't had that, to come back to the narcissism of small differences, where, you don't have the 20 biographies of Churchill or the 56 biographies of Da Vinci, where, you actually say, but that when he wrote that letter to that person, I doubt it, he was drunk. He was sad, or he was broken, he was, whatever, and this came from this place. We're not even got anywhere close to that, unfortunately, yet. But the archive is technically accessible and open. But you're right. I mean, if it was right in the public domain. Again, some archives are putting up scanned documents online, less so in India, more so abroad. But the Gandhi papers are open, for example, right?
Ambedkar's volumes.
Yes, Ambedkar's volumes are open. So the more that begins to happen, you're right that, someone actually finds something disturbing or astonishing or wonderful, they can go and look at the original source and make up their own mind about, or learn more. Simply learn more and, delve deeper into something. Yeah, no, it would be good. I don't know how that would happen. I mean, I call myself a tree killer, but I mean, imagine the energy required behind every single publication to put up all of that. You should come and see my apartment. It's only paper and books.
Sounds like paradise, but
no, it's not. I know, because so this is what I'm realizing now. I mean, after 5 years of deprivation, near deprivation. I mean, I've been reading some, but not close enough, and writing next to nothing. Is that some of it actually comes in the way of getting ahead. So, in fact, I'm going to now send away about 15 boxes of books, small, 2 feet by 2 feet, to a library that a bunch of friends run, so that books that destroyed my mind can also destroy some other young minds, and I'm going to cull paper, and there were certain projects that I thought at certain points that I would do, like the History of Aeronautics project, for example, which I eventually ended up just writing a chapter in fact for Ram's Festschrift. I don't think I'm going to pursue it any further, so I don't think it makes sense to keep any of that paper. I'm just going to give it away and just
keep a digital copy at least.
I don't know. See, I mean, I've got probably another 15, maybe 17 years with lots of assumptions built in.
I'm saying put a digital copy out there rather than give the papers to a archive or so might well make them open and available. But if you just make it digital and upload it, it's just there in the cloud forever. Anybody can access it at any time.
Possibly. I'll have to scan it. I have no bandwidth.
Yeah. Let's now talk about science in India in a slightly different sense, a role that science plays in the culture, and there are a number of different aspects to this that you've written about and spoken about. So let's go over them one by one. And for the first, I want to take a quote from your book where you quoted Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, and he wrote in 1941, "The fate of the Jewish scientific workers in Germany is one out of the many glaring examples of the fact that science is not allowed to live up to its reputation as a profession of seekers after knowledge and truth, owing to the comparatively lower degree of growth of the moral side of our modern civilization." Stop quote. Indicating that there is this kind of conflict where culture and civilization is one thing and science is kind of something else. And in fact, I think you critiqued him for implying that science was more modern than modernity itself. But leaving that aside, if I look at it in an Indian context, I recently did an episode which was extremely popular and very gratifyingly so, about with Dr. Abby Phillips, who's known as a liver doctor on Twitter, where we took on what is known as alternative medicine, though we'd rather call it quackery. And we took on and spoke of the dangers of homeopathy, Siddha, and Ayurveda, which otherwise get a good rap. People even think of, Ayurveda as, this is, traditional medicine and it's fine and it's herbs and they're harmless. But 80% of Ayurveda medicines contain giloy, and there are like more than 100 papers showing how dangerous that is. It's one of the leading causes of lead poisoning in this country. They go through none of the scrutiny that proper medicines go in terms of testing and regulation and all of that. And it's just dangerous. And yet for most people, there is this warm, fuzzy feeling that this is part of our culture, this is part of our tradition, and so on. And science is just something happening in a lab somewhere. It is removed from our lives. So, Chavanprash, which, by the way, is, I think is banned in Canada, is a part of every household almost. It's almost like a cultural thing, And yet science is not part of our lives in such an organic way, right? And I know you've spoken about eloquently about how that is one of the things the science gallery is trying to change. You're trying to change the engagement with science, that is not just something you think of in a professional sense ki beta engineering karega ya ye karega ya wo karega, but it is part of our everyday lives. We are dealing with it every day. We are thinking about stuff, And so what is your sense of how that is happening? Because in a sense, India like inhabits 3 centuries at once, right? 19th, 20th, or 21st.
Yep.
And science and the scientific temperament is just a very tiny aspect of this. And even there, like Dr. Phillips was at pains to point out, that he knows cardiologists who will recommend homeopathy or Ayurveda. Even though you've imagined that, boss, they've done that degree, they've spent all those years learning science, if they are cardiologists, but still they are recommending that quackery, which indicates that everything they learnt was in the typical classic Indian rote learning kind of way.
Yeah.
You tick the boxes, you go through the motions, but you don't really internalize scientific method or scientific principles and all of that. So it just seems that even in the community of scientists, science is not internalized, right? So tell me a little bit more about because I'm sure you've obviously thought about this at way more depth. So tell me a little bit about, this very superficial, distant role that science plays in our culture, and what are the possible ways of ameliorating it? Like, what do you see? What are the things that can be done?
This is a minefield, right? There's a minefield at several levels or in several different registers. Let me try to see how much I can actually answer. Let me start by saying that I think discredited knowledge has or should have no place in medicine or in anything, right? Like, what has been discredited, and I'm talking about discredited. I'm not talking about sort of necessarily discarded because further work was not done or anything like that. Discredited. People can, of course, still pick it up when new tools and new perspectives and new ideas emerge, and that can be examined again and whatnot. But their circulation in the public domain is counterproductive if they have been sufficiently rigorously discredited. I'm aware right now acutely that I am walking the rope of mixing the normative and the analytical, right? Like, so having a perspective. So as a historian, for example, as a historian of science, for example, what is interesting to me, or what should be interesting to me, is when is something called science and when is something not called science, and why that mattered to the historical actors who debated about it, and to what consequence. As a historian of science, I'm not expected to, and I don't want myself to opine on what is science and what is not science, and whether something is to be discredited or discarded or not. It's not what I do. What I do is I understand when and why and how that happens. Now, of course, then I go and suicidally sign up to make Science Gallery Bengaluru, right? So, how does one negotiate with that, right? And I think I still want to maintain my historian's position that this is interesting for me to learn more about how also practicing scientists draw lines between science and non-science, discredited and credited, legible and illegible, legitimate and illegitimate, all of that, right? Like, so that's interesting nonetheless to me. And I'd like to be able to maintain that perspective. But obviously, I can no longer just stop at that, right? Because I have to do something with it. If I'm saying on the one hand that I want science to inhabit everyday life and culture, as you very sort of eloquently summarized, actually. I don't think I've summarized it in quite that way.
You've summarized it much better. These are all practically your words.
No. So, so if I want that to happen, then I have to have a stand on what needs to be, what can occupy the public domain and what not, because I'm going to take that. I am taking that decision on a pretty much daily basis, and that's extremely hard. Now, again, historians of science have a very nice tool. See how I'm buying time, which is, what is science? Science is what scientists do, right? But again, you'll come back to the thing of, so what then, right? Like, now what? And I think coming back to what I started with, I think what has been discredited, like, products that contain things like lead, stuff that is harmful to health, etc., and is established, simply must be. There have to be regulatory bodies that, make sure that such ideas and products are no longer available in the market.
There's a ministry called the Ministry of Ayush, which is set up not to regulate but to promote these industries and these products.
In the early years of independence, also Ayurveda and Unani and Siddha was promoted, right? Like as forms of medicine that and all, as in China. I mean, barefoot doctors and traditional Chinese medicine, for example, right? Like so, it's, I think, regulation, right? Like so, research and research-backed regulation must be put in place, right? Like and that has to function as that, and that has to be weeded out. That said, I think open-ended questions should still find place in the domain of research, not necessarily in the domain of practice. To be played with, to be understood, and then allowed or not allowed in, through fair regulation, because if you think of it, right, like just yesterday I was at a meeting where people were talking continuously about Western science, right? And I'm like, what is this thing
There's just
called
science.
Western science, right? Because I have colleagues who are writing papers about when science became Western, right? Like, in a sense, when Europe, in a way, claimed the authorship for producing a knowledge system. Now, there's no doubt that a lot of work happened in Europe, but the paradigms as they were being built had been and were continuously in conversation with knowledge systems elsewhere. So, if the most cited example is that of the Hortus Malabaricus, where there are tables with Sanskrit, I think Tamil and Malayalam names for botanical specimens that were taken from India to the Netherlands. So now, if that was knowledge that was absorbed into a larger system and made a part of, whatever, the legitimacy of that, the power equation, all of that, the epistemic justice of all of, the questions of epistemic justice that gives rise to. All of those things aside, lock, stock and barrel, or baby bathwater bathtub, out of the window is also perhaps not the right approach to take. Because what at the end of the day is knowledge? It's an engagement with the physical world around you, with nature, of which we are a part. And we want to understand it. And human beings have tried to do that in different ways, in different locations, at different times, in different ways. At this moment, we are working with a system that has been formalized over the last 400 odd years, 450 odd years. And that has been fed with data, and we all know data is not neutral. Data answers questions that have been asked of nature. That has been fed into it, that has been systematized, and there are conclusions, or there are, truth claims, right? Provisional truth claims that are forwarded at every step, which are either then disproved and discarded, or put aside, not even discarded, or put aside for further use or no use, or taken forward. So if this kind of generosity is possible to assume for processes of knowledge production, then to sort of, without any qualifications, rule out everything, because the political moment in a way expects you to, if you want to, take a stand, is also problematic.
I think the way I would say is, think of this couple of things. One is that one is not saying that this system is better than that system.
Yes.
One is simply saying that science is paramount. And there it's a very clear binary. For example, when it comes to medicine, it's a binary. I will take a medicine if it's passed a double-blind randomized control test and is proven to work.
Yeah.
If it hasn't, I won't take it.
Yeah.
Now, I don't care what the origin is.
Yeah.
The origin could be an ancient knowledge system, or the origin could be what is coming out of, modern medicine labs and all that. I don't care about the origin. Show me through the scientific method that it works. So that's one point. It's a clear binary there, and there is no prejudice about origin or anything like that. And the other way of thinking about
But
it
not
is,
everyone's asking that question.
not everyone's asking that question, and everyone should. The other way of thinking about it is that prima facie, I am more likely to trust a medicine that is based on a scientific understanding that I know to be correct, right? Ayurveda originated at a time, in fact, centuries before the germ theory was known, before why we knew why diseases was. So all the root cause explanations are woo-woo. They are just wrong. right? We know that now. So if somebody, you cannot give me a plausible explanation for why X Ayurvedic medicine works. There is no explanation that goes to any root causes that make sense, because the root causes we now know are all wrong. Homeopathy was based on things like the memory of water and blah, blah, blah. Again, germ theory and all of that wasn't there. So prima facie, there should be distrust, but there should be an openness to accepting whatever the scientific method tells you, which is, I think, a problem in the sense of having, when I saw the massive response to the episode Abby and I did, I just feel that people don't talk about it so much, but more and more people are really getting it. And somebody heard the episode and said, I threw every Ayurvedic medicine I was in my house, I flushed it down when I heard the episode and thought about it, which was sort of gratifying. The other thing is that when you say more regulation is required at a normative level, that is like saying we should have world peace, which is like, yeah, fine.
No. I know. I think, regulation of drugs that enter the market as medicine, labeled as medicine, not cosmetic, not herbal tea, medicine. I mean, that's not world peace. That's how the pharmaceutical industry runs.
No, but in India, it is, in India, if you want Ayurveda and homeopathy to be regulated, that is as elusive as world peace, right? You literally have a ministry which is promoting them and going after people like Abby and myself. I had the Ministry of Ayush complain to the Times of India about a column I wrote. Just imagine, a ministry complaining, actually going after critics. But that's not even the central point. I'm saying that doesn't matter. Even if the state takes an unscientific stand, it doesn't matter, because what is more important is the state, in a sense, is supply responding to demand. And I'm more interested in sort of cultural attitude towards this stuff. That is what really matters, and that is where I'm interested in seeing that, is there any kind of change possible? Is it changing? Because then what happens is that, especially in these fraught political times, if you criticize a system that has come down from centuries and is, in a sense, you can cast it as part of tradition, then it almost becomes a nationalistic question. People could then say that, hey, you're being anti-national, you are a deracinated Western elite type of person, which is actually true. But, so all these other complicated questions get in of politics, and all these other narrative
which
battles
are all
come
the
into
registers
play.
in which science functions anyway.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Yeah, no, people will have to ask questions. I'm hesitant to... So again, with my historian's hat on, I am hesitant to say that's a discredited system entirely. And therefore, we want nothing to do with it, because today it's colored so much that it becomes a binary. Colored so much by what the political movement demands of it or expects of it. Is that, essentially that... There is no other way to say yes or no, right? And that binary is problematic, because if knowledge from a system that existed a while ago fed into what has become, new knowledge, then that system wasn't necessarily entirely false.
But I'm not talking about systems. I'm talking about the binary I'm talking about is between the scientific method and...
What is the scientific method?
Well, in the context of medicine, the scientific method very clearly would be...
See, most people wouldn't consider medicine as proper science.
But it's following the method of falsification. You've got your double-blind randomized controlled trials. So all of that is happening. So, I don't know what... it's not pure sciences. It's not nuclear physics. But I'm just saying that when you talk about the scientific method and scientific thinking... So, again, I'm not talking about systems. I don't really care putting a label. People will say, for example, like when you say discredited, it's like, for example, some people have the mistaken notion that atheism means that you don't believe in God, that in your eyes God is discredited. That's not what atheism means. Atheism is an absence of belief. It is not a belief in the same way that not collecting stamps is not a hobby. Right? It is an absence of belief.
Yep.
So similarly, I ask for that same skepticism when it comes to any medicine that is given to me.
I completely agree. I think that kind of skepticism and that kind of question has to be asked of no matter what. be it medicine, be it astronomy, be it, how your pencil works, be it how your new bike works, be it your new car. I mean, if we didn't ask those questions, we would have never found out that Volkswagen was manipulating the emission data of their car engines, for example, right? So, no, I completely, I think those questions need to be asked of no matter whatever, and there should be no room for doubt there.
What's the response to the science gallery, to the things that you are doing? Because the response that I would hope for is just a response where I would expect childlike joy in some people to get in there. And, so tell me a little bit about that.
So I'll tell you, it's going to sound really mushy when I say this, but I am going to say it because, we've existed. We're a young institution. We started programming just before the pandemic. So in a sense, we haven't been around that long, and the bulk of our programming has happened during the pandemic online, right? So the very first exhibition that we did was called Elements, and it was to mark 150 years of Mendeleev's periodic table. And, we tried to kind of bring the periodic table alive. We did a range of things. And we held it at the Rangoli Metro Art Center. So it's a gallery-like sort of structure that's created just below the MG Road metro station in Bangalore here. And so random people who were just walking around walked in and walked out, and they saw so it was an audience that didn't come to a museum-like space or an exhibition. They're just people walking around and they're like, oh yes, something's happening, let me go in. Went out, and I think this was day 4. And it was a 10-day long exhibition. It was day 4. And a family of 4 walked in. Mother, father, son, daughter. It's almost like the pictures given to you. And, they looked like a family that didn't lack much, but they were certainly not wealthy. And they walked out of the exhibition space. They sat. There was a little bench-like thing there. They sat, all of them there. And I was just doing my usual thing of here, there, whatever. And then I saw the girl go, and we had a box for suggestions. And all our programming is for free, right? So the end user should not pay for it. I saw the girl go to the box and put a 100-rupee note in there. And I was like, did they misunderstand that was for collecting contributions, whatever? Because we've not said anything like that. And so I smiled and I said, did you enjoy? And the mother said, we've never seen anything like this before. It was really a very, very, very touching moment. And so, and then we gave T-shirts to those 2 kids, and, we gave them sort of posters of the periodic table, whatever. But it was, it convinced me what we were doing was worth doing. And we've continued that. There's been great joy. There have been young kids. So the second exhibition, so with the public lectures. So, what do I mean by research festival, right? It's at the heart of it is an exhibition, at the heart of which are several exhibits. The exhibits are cracked open at 2 ends. Workshops and masterclasses with people who make it. Workshops at the other end to ask new questions from that place. Public lectures, tutorials, public lectures of people across disciplines. So, the historians, the filmmakers, whatever. Film festival, discussions between scholars and filmmakers, performances. So we had, Rahul Ram, for example, come and talk about, he has a PhD in toxicology. And he spoke about, his journey from toxicology to Narmada Bachao Andolan to Indian Ocean and then singing folk songs about water.
Basically, his whole life only is toxicology, Anyway.
So it was fabulous, right? And so, so to have someone like him talk about water as opposed to, saying, oh, water is this, water is that, water dams displace and, there are folk songs. Just wonderful, right? And of course, he's charismatic and whatnot. So we have that layer. And so we closed our exhibition on Contagion with Contagion Cabaret. We had, Hamlet during Psyche, etc. So we have all of that. So that's... During the tutorial sessions, we get scholars. The idea was intergenerational conversation because young people who are not in a university, in a high-ranking university, will not get the chance to talk to an expert one-on-one. So we have we restricted it to a group of 15 to 20 15 to 20 number, age group of course 15 to 30 maximum. And then they sit in a room after the lecture where there's been a public Q&A talking to the person. And then they would ask questions. The whole idea is get them to ask questions. There's a set of readings also around which they converge. Ask questions like, why did you do what you do? why this research question? Did you fail? Did your parents force you to do this? Things like that, right?
You're creating competition for me. ये सब podcaster बन जाएंगे.
अरे बनने दो. It's let 1,000 flowers bloom, as they say. So, there were times when the kids would not let the lecturer leave for like 2 hours. And they stayed, right? They stayed. And I had one professor from the Indian Institute of Science say, I got 1 or 2 questions here that were better than the ones I got at academic conferences. And I think, that speaks. So there's hunger, there's desire, there's aspiration. More than anything else, there's aspiration. So far, I have to say, the only complaints we have is from people who are over the age of 30 saying, why can't we participate? Or from parents of much younger children, children younger than 15, young people younger than 15 saying, but my child is a prodigy and my child can understand this and my child should participate, and younger children need this more, younger children should participate, and why aren't you doing
kind of
it?
with all the complainants here.
But the thing is, you can't do everything and everything. Yeah. I think we need to build bridges with other institutions. There need to be more other institutions. So yes, but let me put it this way. We haven't had negative responses so far. I mean, keeping my fingers crossed and knock on wood that, none of that comes our way.
I'm just thinking aloud that, you spoke about all the troubles you've had in the last 5 years and how it's sometimes so frustrating and makes you so angry and all that. And I'm just thinking that something that people say about forecasters and something that I say about people in the creator economy, and I think is, could be true of you as well, is that sometimes we tend to overestimate the short term and underestimate the long term.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah.
So, that if there is that scope for that one family to come in and be blown away, every family is that family. So the possibilities, as we were talking about.
Totally. I mean, you're right. And there are days like that. And then there are other days, because you have to get through them, right? Like, that's the thing. You have to get through them. And, yeah.
Do you see yourself as playing the long game?
I mean, I've just signed up to do this for another 5 years.
Yeah, but even 5 isn't long. But do you sometimes think that, because I think and I was discussing this with Rohini Nilekani when I spoke to her yesterday, fellow Elphinstonian of yours. Oh God, all of you people. Yeah, same small. So, and about how when a lot of people get into the social sector, if they have come from the corporate sector, it's hard for them to adjust because they want that immediate gratification, which you get in the corporate world, right? And here, very often, there is no, sometimes there is immediate gratification. Sometimes you see your family tearing up. Yep. But sometimes there is no immediate gratification. You have the faith that 20 years down the line that some kid who is walking in today, maybe that same kid who put the $100 note in, 20 years later, 30 years later, she's somebody big somewhere, not even a scientist, but maybe a politician, maybe a bureaucrat who's been shaped by what you started, right? So in that sense, do you think of the long game? Does it, how hard is it sometimes, these short-term troubles that kind of come up, and is it like a lonely path? Do you sometimes feel that no one gets it?
It's extremely lonely. And I think it's true for anyone who works in a position of this kind, right? Because, in fact, I was summing it up to a friend a couple of months ago that, I report to a board and I recruit and mentor a team. I have no peers. And coming from academia, you're used to working with peers. I mean, that's a sort of a peer-saturated world to the point where you want to get rid of some of them. This is, no peers, right? Like, I mean, Bangalore, interestingly, now has a number of female museum directors. And we were on a panel for the first time in December. Was it December or January? I think January, yeah. The Deccan Herald organized a panel and we were all on the stage, But the thing is, I think, while I can talk to them about the institution building part of it, I come to it with those questions that I spoke about at the start, right? Like, I want to think about building that relationship to the object of scientific inquiry, for example. So I have an ambition of this project, which is, despite my so-called claim to changing careers and not switching gears actually, to changing cars, I carry a lot of weight with me, right? Not all of it is good, but some of it is very, very worthwhile having. Like, I really want to do that work. I really want to address this. I want to do the beginning of this thing, right? And again, it's not a beginning as in the first time, because there are several people who've questioned this silos. And I am incredibly lucky to have the opportunity to build something, at least a sort of small but significant scale, to say this needs to be done, right? So I think there, it's hard to find peers, because those who are in the science, those who are in academia are invested in a different kind of reward system and career game. Those who are in the museum world are invested in a different kind of reward system and, growth path. So So it's hard to find peers. I found friends, which again is a strange thing, because at this age I didn't expect to kind of, in 5 years have a few friends, which, keep them for life. But no, I don't have peers.
In Cyclotron, there is this funny, bittersweet kind of moment, also an inspiring moment, when the boxes arrive. Right, and the boxes arrive, and Hans and Govin and all are like, okay, now what the fuck do we do?
Yes.
Because it's just pieces. They have no idea how to put it together. They have to figure out how to put it together. So possibilities are endless. But yaar, first you got to put it together, make everything work, beam nikalo, 10 saal lag jate hai usme. Do you feel like that? Do you feel that the box is opened and now how do I put this together?
Yeah. And in fact, actually, it's both amusing and actually quite cool that you see it that way. Because in a way it is, right? Because these boxes now for building the gallery are historical boxes, like the Raman Lab, the Wunderkammer in the old museum, baggage of history of science, our learning from the Indian system, sort of, all of it is kind of in those boxes together. And how does it all come together, right? Like, and yes, you don't know, right? You don't know because you haven't seen it. So it is kind of somewhat like that. Especially, I think, when once the building opens, how is the lab complex going to work with the exhibition complex? And I was like, I need a building which is like a fishbowl, because I want people who are coming to see the exhibition walk past the labs and see how messy, smelly, grindy science work is, and so build like a visual relationship to them, etc., etc., etc. I've been a nightmare to my architects, not that they've not been a nightmare to me, to get this done, right? How it will play out and how people will use it. And I think I have a dear friend who keeps reminding me that, yes, all of this sounds really fabulous and all of this is really exciting. It's exciting to you and me, but just be prepared for the fact that when people eventually walk into the building, both the public as well as the fellows who use the labs, they will have their own plans. And you have to be ready to let go, for what has to emerge, to let it emerge itself. And I think, again, like I was theoretically ready to work in India when I moved back, I'm theoretically ready for that to happen. I don't know how things will be when that actually happens, because, it doesn't happen in a straightforward way, right? Like, you get hurt on the nose, you get bruised along the way, things fail, things blow up, those things will happen. There's absolutely no doubt in my mind that will. But in the end, if it kind of assembles itself in an interesting way, such that in 20 years, 30 years, it looks like it was worthwhile to have created this experiment. But also, I think before that, already in the near future, if people from outside begin to empirically understand what at least some of our colleagues have said to us, which is that they said, one of my colleagues at the Natural History Museum in London said, you guys are pushing museological boundaries, like what you're pushing the boundaries of what a public space for science should look like. And for me, I'm borrowing historical ideas, but what is emerging is not that. What is emerging is new. And I don't know what that is, because I'm not the only user in it, right? And so, ready for it, excited for it, trepidation more of, not that the use will be different, but that it will fall into becoming something we are already so familiar with, like an incubator for prototyping, or, an exhibition where people go and, nothing against sort of, places of worship, but like go do darshan and leave, right? Like come see the exhibition, walk out. Nothing has changed. That I think that will destroy me. But again, I wouldn't be the first person to be destroyed by something that didn't get realized. So it's fine. It'll be fine. I won't be fine, but it'll be fine. So that's,
It'll be fine and you'll be fine. It's kind of eerie how much you're like me in this sort of pessimistic, negative kind of way. But, I'm sitting across you. And, I was watching all your videos, obviously, on YouTube and everywhere where you've spoken. And the one thing that struck me is when you spoke about the science gallery, when you spoke about this work, there was just so much passion. There was so much joy on your face. And I'm seeing that now. So, how can it not work? Of course it will work.
It's because it's not dependent only on me.
It'll work. And, I should tell my listeners that, you mentioned the messy, sweaty, gritty business of science. And one of the things that struck me about Cyclotron is that in the first couple of minutes, I was thinking कि क्या यार sound का कुछ नहीं किया, because I could hear the background hum of the machine, and there were parts where I could hear some static electricity kind of thing happening, and I was thinking कि क्या यार मतलब गौरव को बोल देते my editor, उसको बोल देते वो तो 2 minute में निकाल देता. But then I realized at about the 10th minute that it's deliberate. It's deliberate because you're recreating that mahal, that life, that environment, and it works so beautifully all the way through in, the different places where they come up. So, just a film made with so much integrity, and this is something that a lot of people won't notice, right? That they'll be like, kya sound hai? But, you went with it anyway, so kudos for that. A bunch of final questions. And the first one is that if there are people of any age listening to this and thinking that, yeah, man, she's right. Science has not been a part of my life. It's been some arcane thing that's out there or whatever. But now I want it to be part of my life. It sounds like so much fun. I want it too. So what can they do? With intentionality, what can a common person like me do to embrace science and bring it into their lives?
So I think I'm going to sound so trite when I say this, but be curious, right? Be curious and be curious and skeptical of whatever's thrown at you. That's the first thing you can do without even stepping outside your living room or getting off your sofa. When you read anything, when you watch anything, just ask questions. Like, kyun hua, kaise hua? Like, think of either, an irritating 2 to 3 year old, like, kyun, kaise, ye, kya, whatever, or the Japanese 7 whys, right? Like for every why, and then why that, and then why that, and then why that, and then why that.
There are 7 only?
I think so. They say at least ask 7 whys. And then, basically. So essentially push everything you can, and you're able to, to ask that would be the first thing. That not even about good questions, whatever questions, just try to figure out ho kya raha hai. It's like look at it like a puzzle that you need to put in place. And we have enough. Most of us who have the privilege of having been, to school, to university, have a life, have a career, etc., have enough intellectual tools to be able to ask those questions. I think there's just no excuse for not doing that. So that would be the first thing. The second thing is for again, relevance, right? Like, so where things kind of meet your life, so to speak, right? Like, so if you're offered a new genetic treatment, for example, or if you're offered a new therapy, for example, ask those questions. Who developed it? Where was the funding coming from? Why? Etc. All those questions that people should have asked when, the sugar fat research came out, for example, right? So I think, follow the money, as they said, is an important thing, right? Like, so why certain things are done. So I think that would be the second thing. They're very irrelevant to your life because these are critical matters that will determine the quality of your life, right? And it could be anything from buying a car to accepting a new technology to reproductive support to, whatever. Third thing would be to read beyond your silos and disciplines, right? And today we are in a place like, and you very rightly pointed out, there are resources that are available to you if you have the intention to do so, right? Like, so podcasts, magazines, podcasts, chhod do. So many of us commute. Some of us drive. Don't do that when you drive, probably, but otherwise, right? Like, listen to things.
Traffic
right?
is my best friend.
I know it. I put my headphones on. Luckily, I don't drive, which is why I'm able to do it. But listen to things beyond your discipline, right? Like, I mean, if you are, and listen especially to things that appear contradictory to opinions you hold, no matter what they are. It doesn't mean you have to change your mind. It means you want to understand why people believe there is a position that is not the same as yours. It is extremely important, even to strengthen your own position, to understand what is contrary to your position. So I think reading beyond your comfort, beyond the comfort of your discipline or your profession or your career, but also especially beyond your own belief, your own judgment, your own standpoint, right? So as they say, these things kind of get thrown at you, especially on Instagram and Facebook, right? Like, know your enemy better than your friends, kind of thing, right? Like, so there are no enemies, I think, in the world of ideas. Engage with ideas different and especially contradictory to yours. So I think that would be something else I would say. And then the fourth I would say is when Science Gathering building is open, please come along, because there'll be a range of things. But it especially, so we are also generating open courseware, for example. And here's again the learning, right? Like, so I've taught in the university. I came with the belief that, we'll open something like MIT Open Courseware, because we generate a lot of material through the lectures, through the discussions with the filmmakers. Plus, we always make our research available to our audience, right? Like, so during Contagion, for example, we put up, I think, something like 530 resources, right? Like, so podcasts, films, books, papers, games, things to read and do, right? And then we realized that navigating through 500 things is also a task. So why don't we sort of tag them? So we tagged them. Then we saw that actually we have to direct people to it. Then largest impact is if you actually are able to reach people who reach young people. So I had earlier started out not wanting to do sort of teacher engagement. I thought we should be all about individuals. But I find that actually teachers are important in this system and often underserved, under-resourced, overworked, overstressed, underpaid, name it, and, name the oppression and they are subjected to it. Humiliation. So we spoke to a bunch of teachers and what they said is that, see, you can't change curricula in India at whim. But if you want us to bring new perspectives to classroom, make smaller modules that we can run in one lecture and give us the supporting material around it so that can be then inserted. And that changes how the course is perceived, or, it also helps us because it relieves us of some effort on one of the many things that we're meant to do, etc. So that's what we're doing now. So we're creating sort of, a lecture that is surrounded by a range of things, right? Like films, whatever, all those things that we collected. So we're developing that. So, again, with the same purpose that, to kind of create sort of, okay, so carbon and art, like what is around carbon and art? Why, how? That kind of stuff, right? So I think, and there are other such resources. I mean, MIT Open Courseware, of course, is there, but range of things like Coursera, this, that. So if you're a software engineer, go listen to Michael Sandel, because you otherwise never studied properly philosophy, or you never heard an eminent philosopher speak when you were young and learning. Do that, because that's now available. And never stop reading. I think those would be some of the things I would say to a young person that they might want to do. And actually no, I'll there's one which comes even above all of this, which is talk. I mean, if you don't like talking to people, of course all of these things are there and they will always be good, but talk to people.
You mean converse, and because listening also, talk and listen, because people are good at talking.
Absolutely, no, you're right. Converse with people, have a conversation, listen, talk, have a meal with them, go out for a coffee with them, go for a walk. There aren't many places to walk, unfortunately, left in cities, but just do that, because engage, understand, right? That's
No, and it's wonderful advice, especially because more and more in the modern world, we become atomized in the sense that even if you're together with a bunch of people, we're all staring into our screens. So what you're saying, converse with them, go for a meal, go for a walk in the park. And you have such an incredible park here, Cubbon Park. Yeah. Oh, God, I'm so jealous. And I'll add one more item which I feel strongly about to this excellent list of yours, which is know thyself. It's one thing to say that you should be curious about the world, and of course you should. should. But you have a direct selfish incentive to understand your own body. Like I
Yeah.
understood a lot when I got a continuous glucose monitor or CGM, and I could just, make out the impact of every single thing I ate on
Yeah.
myself in real time. And that can give you so much knowledge and insight. I mean, you have one body, you have one life, despite what some narratives may tell you. So, just look after it and look after yourself and so on.
Absolutely. I mean, care of the self is priority, and it's not a selfish thing to do at all, because if there is no self, then I mean, what of the world? I mean, it has no meaning. There is no relationship left.
Yeah, now you're again talking like me. Soon we'll be saying in chorus, we're all going to die anyway. Life is meaningless.
Well, we all do anyway.
Yeah, see, there you go. Penultimate question. What can people do to help you in your mission? So people who are listening to this, there may be people with money who are saying that, hey, this sounds like something I can invest in, I can put my money in. And there might be people with time and energy who can donate some of that, contribute some of that. So what can they do, these two categories?
I mean, my team and I will be grateful for any kind of support we get, because, as I said, the model is such that the person who comes into the exhibition or to use the labs or the public science spaces should not and does not pay anything. And so the onus of making sure the resources, both the intellectual and the financial and in-kind resources, is on us. And so recently we've received a generous donation from 3 of our board members. We have another announcement coming out in a couple of days, hopefully some more. So and we have to keep the machine running, right? And it's a largish machine. I mean,
it's a cyclotron size machine.
I know, exactly. Well, even bigger, bigger than my baby cyclotron. Actually, that's true. Not as big as CERN though. It's about 140,000 square feet. The building. So it's a medium-sized institution. So that's the point I wanted to make. So we'll be grateful for anyone who would want to come in with financial resources to offer the institution, but also in kind. I mean, we are always on the lookout for mentors. So we work with young adults. We offer them the opportunity to be mentored by up to 4 mentors. So, reversing that equation of 1 mentor and 4 mentees, just do it the other way around, so that so the young person can talk to a designer, a mathematician, or whoever, right? Like, so that kind of stuff. So come and help mentor the young adults, come participate in our programs, submit proposals to the labs. There's a range of ways in which people can, come in. And as a young adult, just come and enjoy, just come and enjoy and make it worthwhile, for us to have made those programs. So, yeah.
Is there a URL they can go to volunteer the services? Or
so I mean, I think so on our website there's places. I mean, there are opportunities to intern, opportunities to participate, opportunities to mentor. So all of that, and
I'll link all those.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
So final question, which is like a traditional question for all my guests who come here, that I want you to recommend for me and my listeners books, films, music, any kind of art which means a lot to you, which has given you so much joy, so much childlike joy even, that you want to just scream to the whole world, here, read this or listen to this or watch this.
Ooh, okay. So read any and all of Raymond Carver. He's
incredible.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, so pithy, so, and so oof.
Cathedral always gets me.
Oh God. Yeah. And now I'm going to forget his first name. Jeffrey Epstein?
No, Jeffrey Epstein is a guy who died in jail, right?
Yeah, he died in jail.
Are you
sorry.
to recommend him?
Not him. Joseph Epstein. Yeah. So Joseph Epstein. It's since you asked for books, that basically left me stunned and happy. And I love Wisława Szymborska's poems. I think she uses words like, I don't know how, just incredible, absolutely incredible. So I love her poems. What else? What are the books that I go back to again and again? The Foundation series. And what else? I think that should be enough by way of books.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean,
okay. And if I think of any, I'll tell you. But in terms of music, Abbey Road, I can listen to that on loop. David Bowie, Man Who Sold the World. Yeah. Diva, of course, which was sort of my, I think my first grown-up listening to music. I mean, I could, of course, say Patti Smith, but we started with that, so I don't think I need to say anything. Yeah, that's the music. Films. Jaane Bhi Do Yaro, please keep watching. Absolutely fantastic. A book that left me weeping, like weeping, was... my brain is a sieve because I don't know since when. I think it's 400 Blows, right?
True for.
Yeah. Just saw it and cried and cried and cried. That I think it's a movie worth thinking about. Another film I really like is Delicatessen. It's just completely insanely mad. I mean, you can't tell whether it's humorous or tragic or brutal or it's yeah, okay. So I really like that. And Lion, The Hate, which came out I think in the mid 1990s, set in inner city Paris. Was again it's again a film that things that you don't forget, right? Like you watch them and you don't forget. Yeah, I think that's what I can think of now. These are the things that come straight to mind when asked.
And I will check out whichever ones of them I haven't seen yet. Jahnavi, thank you so much. It's been such an honor talking to you.
Thank you so much for having me. It was baffling after I saw your email. I was like, oh, well, yeah, okay. Srinath's gone there. You've spoken to Ram, you've spoken to many others. And now I find out that you've spoken to 3 other Elphinstonians right before myself. So it's been a pleasure. As they say, it's... I think there was a point in my life when it was embarrassing to talk about myself. And now I think I can do it hopefully without hubris, but also without embarrassment. So it's been very good fun.
Thank you for your openness and generosity. If you enjoyed listening to this episode, share it with whoever you think might be interested. Do pick up Jahnavi's awesome book, Atomic State, Big Science in 20th Century India. You should also check out her documentary, Cyclotron. The link and the password are there in the show notes. You can follow her on Twitter at Jahnavi Phalkey. I've given the link in the show notes. You can follow me on Twitter at Amit Varma, AMITVARMA. You can browse past episodes of The Seen and the Unseen at seenunseen.in. Thank you for listening. Did you enjoy this episode of The Seen and the Unseen? If so, would you like to support the production of the show? You can go over to seenunseen.in/support and contribute any amount you like to keep this podcast alive and kicking. Thank you.